I have a company, Rockwood Group. It's mostly, we own mostly small neighborhood commercial shopping center that we've acquired, manage.
He sent it to me and said,
I do a small amount of development. Reason city planning, placemaking is kind of my thing.
nobody ever asked us.
Of places that are designed for people.
Have you been to Irvine?
I have not, no. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. And there, yeah, it's, anyway.
Good evening and welcome to the Orange Water and Sewer Authority Board of Directors meeting this Thursday, November 13th. We've got several announcements. First is just check in with the board. Does any board member show a conflict of interest or potential conflict of interest with respect to any item on the agenda tonight? Hearing none. Thank you very much. In the formal announcements, Care to Share Day is Thursday, November 20th, 2025, of course. This is our 6th annual fundraising campaign for OWASA's donor-supported customer assistance program, Care to Share. We're grateful for the town's support for the campaign. Both town councils will be issuing proclamations recognizing the day at their meetings next week, and both mayors have once again challenged the community to donate with their Care to Share video. Last year, the Care to Share program raised over $25,000 to help bridge the gap for customers managing their bills. And our goal is to raise even more this year. So please join us in making a monthly donation on your OWASA bill or a one-time donation to OWASA.org. Thank you very much. Announcement number 3, meeting updates. There's several of these. On Wednesday, November 5th, the Executive Director Performance Evaluation Committee met to discuss matters centric to that. Number 2, on Thursday, October 30th, the Capital Analysis of PFAS Equipment Committee met to discuss the process for evaluating capital equipment purchases and provide feedback on a template that staff can use in the future. The staff is working on finalizing the template, which will be used for next year's budget discussions. Next announcement, on Tuesday, November 18th, Todd Taylor, our Executive Director, will address the Scarborough Town Council to provide an OWASA update on the Jones Ferry Road water treatment plant upgrades and parking evaluation, financial forecast, rate setting, outreach and coordination after Tropical Storm Chantal, and the West Rosemary Street water main replacement. Elmira Magnum and Todd plan to attend. Jocelyn may not be able to, I understand. On Thursday, November 20th, moving down the list, there will be an informational meeting at the University Lake Dam at 4 p.m. We will have specially invited residents from the Weather Hill Point and Berry Hill neighborhoods, some of which, unfortunately, experienced significant flooding during Tropical Storm Chantal. Local elected officials and their staffs have also been invited. We have continued to hear some questions about how the University Lake Dam can and does operate. At this meeting, we will show people that attend the actual dam, explain our role in operating and maintaining the structure, and collectively gain a better understanding of the community concerns and how those concerns could be addressed. OWASA staff and the Town of Scarborough Fire Chief Will Potter will be prepared to speak and respond to questions. Johnny Randall and Todd Taylor planned to, and I had planned to attend, as well as you all are welcome to join. Last announcement, on Monday, December 8th, at Cane Creek Reservoir, staff will provide board members with a forest management discussion and tour at 9 a.m. Are there any other announcements by board members? Nobody? Any announcements by staff?
No, thank you.
All right. We're going to move on to petitions and requests. I want everybody to know that the board is in receipt of a request from NC State Senator Meyer's office regarding a complaint from an OWASA customer about water usage alerts and leak adjustment. If there are no objections, the board will receive a report from staff and discuss this at the December 11th board meeting. Are there any other petitions or requests from the public? Hearing none. Are there any petitions or requests from board members? Hearing none. Any petitions or requests from staff?
No, thank you.
All right. Well, as noticed in our agenda, if there are no objections, the Board of Directors is going to convene in a closed session for the purpose of discussing personnel matters in accordance with NC General Statutes 143.318.11.a.6. The video and audio portion of the closed session will pause until the session has concluded, and it will last no more than 30 minutes. Following the closed session, the board will return, open the doors, and the meeting audio video will be turned on, and we'll continue with the consent agenda. Thank you.
Sorry, if everybody just wants to come through here for now, thank you. Or you can head
Could have
outside.
brought the brownies down for everybody. Be cut in 4 pieces each.
Great time chicken wings.
Last minute changes. Last minute,
We tried to
I don't know.
Yeah, did you hold that?
Can I get you to sign in? Sign in.
Why Randy Haven? Do you know?
Welcome back. We're now going to move on to the consent agenda. And there are 7 items on the consent agenda. I need to read them off individually. Item number 1 is a financial report for the 3-month period ended September 30th, 2025. Number 2 is sole source procurement of replacement of flocculation mixers for the Jones Ferry Water Treatment Plant. Number 3 is formal material procurement of the liquid chromatography mass spectrophotometer for measuring PFAS concentration. Number 4 is a resolution awarding a construction contract for the wastewater treatment plant digester control building 2 HVAC improvement project. Item 5 is to retitle and reclassify the administrative assistant position in the Community Relations Department to customer service and billing assistant. Number 6 is the minutes of our August 27th special meeting of the OWASA Board of Directors. And number 7 is the minutes of the October 9th, 2025 closed session of the OWASA Board of Directors. Are there any public comments on the consent agenda? Hearing none. Are there any questions, comments, or would a board member like to pull a consent item for discussion? I have 2 lights that went off over there. Karen, I saw yours first.
Yes, I have a quick modification to recommend on consent item 2, the sole source procurement memo. I think at the beginning, the first whereas, it says that all 4 have exceeded their expected service life. I think 1 was maybe a little bit under life because it was replaced, so I would just ask that that be clarified if that's possible. Writing.
I'm going to look to the staff to answer that question.
Hi, good evening. Allison Spinelli, Director of Water Resources. Karen is correct. We had replaced one of them during an earlier time period, but they all still have exceeded their useful life, from my memory. Let me look back.
I think it said a 20-year lifespan and it was replaced in 2006. So,
We're pretty close.
yeah,
We can change it if you want us to.
yeah, I would just make sure it's accurate. It's
Okay.
gonna be a formal record. And then if you don't mind staying, I have another question on item 3, the LCMS. I just wanted to clarify the difference between the base and the upgraded versions and why we're going with the base.
The base is just their older model. The upgraded one is a newer model that has pretty much the same. It just has a slightly more expensive value.
Okay.
Suzanne.
My question is about item 2, Allison, the sole source procurement. I'm curious what the criteria is, and this may be a broader question, but what's the criteria for whether something is a sole source versus a competitive or bidding or proposal process?
Sure, that's a great question. So whenever we're looking at doing a major purchase, we want to evaluate it through a procurement lens. And so in this particular case, we're looking at the general statute 143, 129, which does allow us to have non-competitive procurements. And in that case, there are, I believe, 4 different criteria that you can have that would allow you to have a sole source rather than a competitive bid. And so in our case, what we were looking at was maintaining consistency with our existing infrastructure and allowing it to work seamlessly. So that's one of the allowable statutes that you can have for standardization and compatibility. That's one of the overriding issues. And just in good faith, we did also reach out to another manufacturer to see if they would give me a quote so I could see if there was anything comparable. And there was one comparable, and they are slightly more expensive than what we are sole sourcing. So that was one of the areas where we felt like had we gone for bid, it would have all shook out to be about the same cost capital-wise, but that would have been this is going to be a direct replacement, which helps us minimize costs for any of the structural instrumentation, et cetera. That has to be done when you put it in. But if we went with a different mixer style, then we'd have to probably do structural evaluations, change INC, instrumentation control, those type of areas. So we're looking for this for standardization and compatibility as the overriding reason for the sole source.
Okay, thank you, and thank you for going that extra mile and getting competitive just as a reality check, so thank you.
No problem.
Are there any other questions or comments? If there are none, could we have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda? A motion by Pedro and a second by Elmira.
Yes.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Nay. Thank you very much. The board's now going to move on to our discussion agenda. The first item on that is presentation from a wildlife corridor expert. And Kim Ninner and Brooke Massa will kick off this item. Kim is Planning and Development Manager, excuse me. Kim, go ahead. Please introduce the topic.
Thank you. Yes, for clarification, I am not the wildlife corridor expert. But yes, I am the Planning and Development Manager, and good evening, Chair and board members. I'm pleased to introduce Brooke Massa, who is with us tonight to provide the board with a brief presentation on biological diversity, habitat connectivity, and wildlife corridors. Brooke is a fish and wildlife conservation planner with the North Carolina Wildlife Resources Commission. She has been working with communities across North Carolina for over 10 years to develop plans, policies, and ordinances that protect the state's wildlife habitats. She has assisted with the development of the Green Growth Toolbox and the Triangle Connectivity Collaborative Strategic Action Plan, both tools designed to help communities conserve high-quality habitats. She earned a master's degree in ecosystem science and conservation from Duke University and a bachelor's degree in anthropology from the University of California, Berkeley. Brooke and her colleagues, some of whom are with her here tonight from the Wildlife Resources Commission, are consulting with the OWASA staff about the current maintenance practices within our sewer easements and potential changes that could be implemented to better support conservation of natural areas and wildlife corridors. Now I'd like to turn the podium over to Brooke to share some of her experience that she has gained over her years working in wildlife conservation. And let's see. Here we go.
Thanks, Kim. Good evening. Thank you all for having me here tonight. I understood that tonight I'm going to talk to you a little bit about the conservation opportunities that are in the OWASA easements. Again, like she said, my name's Brooke Massa. I'm a conservation planner, but I'm coming here wearing 2 hats. One is that I am an employee of the Wildlife Resources Commission, and we are the State Fish and Wildlife Conservation Agency in state government. And our mission as an agency is to conserve fish and wildlife habitats across the state and to provide for wildlife-associated recreation opportunities such as hunting and fishing. And then I'm also, along with Johnny Randall, involved with the Triangle Connectivity Collaborative that Kim mentioned, which is a partnership effort bringing together conservation organizations working in the Triangle who's interested in conserving and restoring landscape-scale habitat connectivity in our area as development is starting to fragment more and more protected lands and undeveloped lands So my presentation is going to reflect both of those types of values, although they're very complementary, obviously. But I just wanted to share that. But when Johnny and Kim first reached out to me about working on easements, this is what I imagined I was going to be looking at. Like these really wide open spaces that are linear, like Duke Power line easements, and I know Duke Power, has worked with conservation organizations to protect rare plant populations that can grow in these power line easements. And so that's what was in my brain when I was thinking about like working with you all. And so I actually called on some of my colleagues, Elisa, Chris, and Gabriella Garrison, who's not here tonight, to sort of gather their input on pollinator species, because I was like, we're going to manage for pollinator habitat. But then I had the experience, of course, I don't know how I didn't catch this, like I've done a lot of hiking in bottomlands. I know there's sewer easements there, but then when I went out on site with OWASA staff, I saw this is what we're looking at, really narrow linear easements that are mostly closed canopy. So we're in a shaded system. We're also like alongside stream sides in the riparian zone and floodplain zone. And we're going to be thinking about impacts of sewer line easement practices on streams and wetlands, as well as those riparian habitats. And then the conversation changed. We're not thinking about pollinator habitat as much as we are like these other more wet habitats, these lowland habitats. And the priority being protecting the aquatic ecosystems that these sewer line easements are adjacent to, or sometimes going into inadvertently as the stream changes over the course of time, and some of these sewer lines get pulled into under the stream bed. So how can we manage our easements, the OWASA easements, to protect the aquatic habitat that's within our streams in Orange County, and provide for clean water for those communities that are pulling water out of these streams as well. And so that sort of steered what our conservation recommendations we're going to focus on. And Orange County, just so you all know, does have multiple rare and listed species that occur in streams, including species like mussels, as you see here. So the stream ecosystem is actually a high priority for how we think about managing our easements to prevent degradation of these habitats. And of course, I heard that you are working with Barbara Dahl at NC State to implement practices for stream bank stabilization and improve the ability for communities like Carborough and perhaps Chapel Hill in the future to also implement some stream bank stabilization projects in OWASA easements. So that is great. Sounds like you're already on the right track. Then we're looking beyond the stream to riparian habitats. In the riparian zone, you have a lot of semi-aquatic species like salamanders and frogs, other amphibians that are using the streams are also going upland in the riparian area, even further upland into the upland forest area. And you need to be able to manage to protect those species as well. So in Orange County, you do have some rare salamander species like four-toed salamander and slimy salamander that live in these zones. And you also, of course, have turtle, snakes, and small mammals. Our riparian habitats in Orange County are also really important habitats for breeding birds. So we have a group of birds we call the neotropical migratory migrants, like a lot of warblers. For example, this prothonotary warbler comes from Central and South America during the spring to breed in our riparian zones in the summer and raise their young. And so when we think about how we're going to manage our easements to support species like this, we want to make sure that they can able to find nesting area and forage area to raise their young in successfully, and then to leave in the fall to go back to the tropical or the southern hemisphere. And lastly, in the riparian habitat, we do have known occurrences of tricolored bat along OWASA easements. So this is a proposed endangered species by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. So when we think about protecting or managing easements to support these bat populations and other bats that are not proposed endangered, that's another important species that uses our systems. The other role that OWASA easements have is that they help keep a network of habitat intact. So what we're trying to do with the Triangle Connectivity Collaborative is identify where our habitat priorities are for blocks of habitat, and then to keep those connected, like spatially using wildlife corridors. And a lot of OWASA easements, like this, I think is Booker Creek along Carolina North, is that right? That goes north? Yeah, Booker Creek. So a lot of these easements are actually going to be used as wildlife corridors. So that's the other role that OWASA easements play in providing for biodiversity in this region. So why is habitat connectivity so fundamental to biodiversity? Well, plants and animals need to move across the landscape just as we all do in order to find their daily and seasonal needs, like during the day, they need to go out and find places to nest, to provide food, for water, for shelter. Seasonally, they'll need to go out to find mates and to provide nesting habitat for their young, as well as they grow old, the young grow older, they need to be able to disperse to find new territories. There's like this echo. And then over a larger scale, they need to be able to respond to disturbance. So if you're going to, for example, put in a subdivision, then the wildlife that are in that subdivision need to be able to disperse to find new habitat to find their daily needs in. Or they need to, as climate change shifts ecosystems, they also need to be able to disperse across the landscape to follow those habitats that they need to. And then at a population scale, populations of animals need to be connected to one another through wildlife corridors to provide genetic diversity that allows the species to be resilient into the future. So that's why habitat connectivity matters so much. And when I think you've seen this map before, correct? Where I think the OWASA staff were able to take the triangle connectivity habitat and network analysis, where we've identified priority habitat patches and wildlife corridors within the system, and overlay the sewer easements on that. And what we see, I don't know if I have, is this a pointer? So what we see as some priority, oh, it doesn't, okay. That's a TV, not a, okay. So along Morgan Creek is a high priority patch that's red. And those sewer easements that are connecting along Morgan Creek are also all along high priority patches and wildlife corridors. Somewhere through Booker Creek even is a medium priority corridor and habitat patch network. And so your easements are actually aligning with a lot of our priorities for habitat connectivity. Something that's not showing up in this map, that's another avenue to explore as a board perhaps, is some of the properties in southern Orange County, like Cane Creek Reservoir and some of the other disparate properties that you have in that part of the county may also have opportunities for implementing practices to improve outcomes for biodiversity on those pieces of property. So that's something else to explore in the future perhaps. But so we went on site, we got to speak with OWASA staff. Quite honestly, this was the first water and sewer organization that's ever approached the Wildlife Resources Commission to try to understand how to improve. Is this echoing for you all too?
It's a little bit, but.
Yeah, okay, maybe I need to back up a little. Yeah, because it's really distracting. So you were the first water and sewer authority to approach Wildlife Resources Commission to gain like a comprehensive understanding of how to improve management practices on the easements to support biodiversity and provide for perhaps conservation restoration opportunity within the easements. And so we were able to go out on site with me and my colleagues and speak to OWASA staff and got a better understanding of what they're experiencing on the ground, what they think might be opportunities to support some of the practices we would recommend they implement, and also what are some of the barriers they would face in implementing types of things that we would like to see happen in these areas. So from these conversations, as well as meeting with Johnny Randall to try to understand his experience working along with OWASA while he was at the garden. And I also reached out to stormwater staff at the town of Carborough and town of Chapel Hill to gain their perspectives on how easements are maintained and what opportunities there were to enhance maintenance in those communities. We developed recommendations related to maintenance as well as planning and construction. And I think, yeah, that's planning, construction, and maintenance. And as I understood that, we weren't supposed to really go into those recommendations today in too much detail, as the OWASA staff are now reviewing some of the things that we provided to them and coming up with what seems might be the most feasible next steps for them to take. Ultimately, I think the goal is to develop some policy in support of conservation of biodiversity, and then to implement practices that might improve outcomes for biodiversity in these easements. Wildlife Resources Commission staff, myself, Chris, Alisa, we're all willing to meet with staff some more to provide further training so they can understand how to implement our recommendations and why it's important. But as far as I understand, that's the next step right now, is that they're looking at the recommendations we put together in collaboration with Johnny and others, and they're going to tell us what they want to do from there on. So, are there any questions?
So let me look around the room at our board. Any questions from any board members? Any questions from the public?
I have a question.
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Hi.
Thank you so much for your presentation. I just want to, first of all, say it's very thorough. And all of the wildlife animals, I see them in my neighborhood. Okay, when I walk around, and I live a mile and a half from here, down on Morgan Creek.
Oh, yeah.
So the woodpeckers and the salamanders and the bats and all of that, and the turtles and everything else, my grandson loves it because he can walk through and see all the wildlife without having to go anywhere except around the soccer field to see them. But my question is, first one is, are bats attracted to fruit trees?
No, well, there are frugivorous bats.
That's not a silly question, because I have fruit trees, and some of my neighbors think that's what's causing the bats to come.
Oh, so no bats in North America, except for, I think, one species in Florida, like the bonneted bat, perhaps. Chris, you may know. They all eat insects, so they're insectivorous. So if they are coming to the fruit trees, it might be because they're attracting flies, perhaps, or
no,
beetles.
they're not coming for my flies. They are not coming for my flies. I just want to know if they're coming for my peaches, and they are not.
Oh, no, definitely not. No, they're not eating peaches.
So that's what they told me. They were coming. They were coming for the peaches. But I thought that was interesting, because I told them they were not.
Yeah, definitely not. No.
But another question then is, because of the water and Chantal and other things, the animal and the water, when it rises, the wildlife comes out of the stream looking for places to I guess not to drown or whatever, and they crawl up. So you get the salamanders, the frogs, and all those things, and they start invading basements and crawl spaces and places like that.
Oh, interesting.
I was told by the exterminator that, and this is another question, mothballs kills everything, and it would kill the wildlife and things like that. And they say sprinkle them around. Would you not recommend people do that?
Well, ultimately, the wildlife cannot survive for long term in a basement or a crawl space. So either they're going to find their ways out of there, or they're going to die naturally. I think they would probably seek the appropriate habitat over time. I don't know anything about mothball impact on wildlife. Oh, okay. Yeah, thanks, Chris.
Clean is not a registered chemical for that use, so it would actually not be a legal use of that.
Can she come up to the?
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
Hi, I'm Chris Cathy, Conservation Wildlife Biologist for District 5, Brook Mouse's compatriot today. As far as mothballs are concerned, using those for wildlife is not a registered use of that product. So it's sort of like when we say the old wives' tales too, but also if you're gonna follow the label law, if you will, of certain products, that naphthalene, which is typically the chemical in mothballs, is not for that intent. Just so you know, if there is a problem within structures, we have a list of licensed wildlife control agents on our website that can be accessed by the public that may have those concerns. And if they need a licensed wildlife control agent, and a lot of pest control agencies are dual licensed as pest control agents and wildlife control agents, they can assist the landowners with removal of those animals from within the structure if needed. And I brought business cards for the wildlife helpline that you can distribute amongst your neighbors if they have those concerns.
Okay, I'll take some of those.
Okay,
Okay,
thank you.
last question has to do with, tension between property owners and that live along creeks.
Yeah.
And the erosion, because, you know,
Yes.
people paddle, they do boating along creeks and the erosion takes place. And when the
Yeah.
water, comes in, and I know it's part of another agenda, but are there programs in place to assist people with the erosion control? I saw one from the NC State, office that deals with that, to help people control the
So,
erosion.
the town of Carborough, are you in Carborough?
Yeah.
So one of the things I learned when speaking to the town of Carborough staff, Heather Hawley, in the stormwater section, was that they have a program to help homeowners stabilize the stream banks. And one of her concerns with OWASA was that they would put in these practices and then OWASA would mow through those sections. So one thing would be able to mark those areas off so that homeowners who are participating in that program, and I can't recall, but it's part of a CCAP. So the state has CCAP programs. So it's part of one of their CCAP programs. But so that one of the things she wanted me to ask, you know, OWASA was to find ways that they could put in their stream bank stabilization practices, and OWASA would be aware that those things were happening and not mow through them, basically take out all the practices that they put into place. So, yeah, Heather, or if you're in Carborough, Heather Hawley would be a great person to talk to for that. And I asked the town of Chapel Hill if they had anything similar, and they don't have anything like that. I don't know about the county, so. But the Wildlife Resources Commission does not have a program
you.
like that, yeah.
Very much.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Any,
Thank you.
yeah,
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
hi, thank you for your presentation.
you're welcome.
So what sort of training programs have you done for like electric utilities? What does that actually
I've never
involve?
done a training program for electric utilities. Some of the things that we have done with, so the plant conservation program, for example, they are a different agency. They're within the Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services. And the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service has worked with Duke Energy to mark off areas where there are known rare plant populations so that they're not sprayed with herbicide. Yeah, Johnny might have some experience with those. Oh, no, okay, you have a question, okay. So we actually haven't done trainings, but one of the things that we talked about with OWASA staff is helping them understand if there are some invasive species, like helping them being able to identify like perhaps the top 10 invasive species that might be, they could perhaps work with town of Chapel Hill staff or town of Carborough staff or garden staff to treat invasive species when they occur in easements based on you know, where the properties are. And that was another point that I forgot to make when I showed you the map, that, you know, we spoke about perhaps not being able to do these practices in everybody's backyard, you know, because they have to have a consistent management program. But with some of the larger pieces of properties that are priority within the network, such as the Morgan Creek riparian areas that are often, much of that land is owned by the NC Botanical Garden, that would be a great place to implement practices that maybe eventually could be transferred to other big portions of the network, you know, or there are some easements in Carolina North Forest. I don't think there's a lot in there, but there are some easements in there that perhaps that would be another place that would be easy to work with in these priority areas. So then you would have these organizations that perhaps could collaborate with OWASA staff in treating invasive species. So we would do like invasive species, or perhaps we would do like a training on snakes Because that was another concern that was brought up by OWASA staff, that people are scared of snakes. So we can talk about what are all the different snakes, what do we really need to be worried about? Like, can you identify the venomous snakes versus the non-venomous snakes, et cetera? What are some of the other trainings that?
Invasive species,
invasive.
snake identification was high on the food cruise list.
Yeah.
Thank you. Todd, you good? Johnny?
Yeah, I just had a quick clarification question. You showed a tricolored bat that looked like it was in a cave, but where do bats nest and live in the forests around here?
Yeah, that's a great question. So they do roost under the tricolored bat. Some bats will use structures, but the tricolored bat uses trees. So they will roost up under tree bark or in cavities of old trees. They don't use structures. They do sometimes in the winter when they're in hibernation, will use culverts that could be in this area. So they will sleep under culverts under big roads, etc. Like if they're very long culverts. So we have some under I-85 hibernating. And under bridges. They can roost under bridges sometimes in the winter. So, but yeah, they're mostly, they need the forests. So they will forage in the riparian zone too. They like to forage over streams. So they will roost in the trees around those areas.
Oh. Yeah. Anybody else?
I'm gonna call you so you can see about 20 of them that's on the level lowest in my attic.
Okay.
That's where they live.
So thank you very much.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thank you for having me.
Yeah.
I was so excited that OWASA is interested. So thank you to Johnny for that opportunity to perhaps work with you all on implementing some good practices.
We're excited
that you're
too.
interested.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Discussion item number 2 is a review of the sizing for the proposed clear well by Monica Dodson.
All right, good evening, everyone. Again, Monica Dotson, Deputy Executive Director for OWASA. Before I get started today, I just wanted to recognize and acknowledge a couple of people here tonight. First is Brennan Buckley and Melanie Mann. They're with Hazen and Sawyer. They're our consultants on our Clearwell project. Have been working really hard for us, certainly over the last several months, certainly helped pull this information together. And then I also wanted to recognize Mo Rashid. Mo is the project manager, utilities engineer, OWASA, on this, and Mo has also been working really hard, put a lot of work into this information, and certainly appreciate all the work that he's not only put into this, but all the work he puts into OWASA. Okay, so following the August 27th Jones Ferry Road water treatments improvements workshop, there were several foundational questions that the board asked, and OWASA staff and the board are working through answering these questions over the next several months. We have placed the Clearwell Electrical and PFAS drinking water treatment facility as well as the parking analysis on hold as we work through these questions and make some decisions together. At the October board meeting, the OWASA board, we addressed that first question, which was, is it still appropriate to design our water treatment plant facilities to a 20 million gallon per day capacity? And the answer to that question was yes. And so that helps now inform these next questions that two of them we're going to address tonight. I'm going to work through the Clearwell sizing, and then after that, Allison's going to talk through the PFAS and drinking water alternatives. And after that, we'll talk about what our next steps will be. So, make sure I got all that. So when we're, so what is the appropriate size of the new Clearwell? To help answer this, we're going to walk through the parameters of how we go about designing a Clearwell. We're going to include the regulatory requirements as well as a safety factor and assumptions that go into that. What's the resiliency and redundancy considerations, and then staff has a recommendation that we'll talk about. So just as a reminder, the Clearwell is the last step in the water treatment plant process. It ensures proper disinfection of the community's drinking water with the purpose of killing and inactivating harmful bacteria and viruses. It also provides critical water storage for water uses within the treatment plant, mostly for washing our filters. It helps manage customer demands and ensuring this in an efficient and stable operations, and also provides emergency storage. So we're going to walk through the volume required for proper disinfection, including a safety factor, and we're then going to walk through the appropriate operational volume for those plant uses, managing customer demands as well as emergencies. So state and federal regulations mandate that public water supplies must provide disinfection treatment to protect against any harmful pathogens. The requirements are based on a logarithmic scale, which essentially means that we need to remove or inactivate 99.9% of Giardia, which is a common parasite that causes waterborne illnesses. We also must remove 99.99% of viruses, and this needs to be accomplished through filtration and disinfection. We achieve a 99.7 removal through filtration. That means the remaining removal needs to happen through disinfection. And when it comes to something as critical as ensuring that we completely kill and activate these pathogens, best industry practices are to include or build in a safety factor. So we're going to build in a safety factor of 2. So disinfection is determined by contact time, and contact time is the amount of time that the disinfectant is in contact with the water to ensure proper inactivation of these pathogens. And there are several variables that go into determining appropriate contact time, as well as the sizing, appropriate sizing of the clear well for disinfection. And we're going to talk through each one of these variables. The first one is temperature. So the colder the temperature, the colder the water is, the longer it takes for the water to be properly disinfected. And when we're determining contact time and clear well volume, we're going to look at the lowest temperatures that we would typically see within our system. So our temperatures can dip down to 80 degrees C in the winter. So temperature, of course, is something we don't have any control of. The next variable is pH. Disinfection happens slower at higher pHs. And when so therefore we want to select the highest pHs that we typically see in our system. We target a pH of 8.5 for proper formation of chloramines, which is the final disinfectant that we carry out into the distribution system. This is important because it helps protect the system from bacterial growth. And so while we're targeting an 8.5, our pHs can drift up to 9, up to a 9. So we're going to use that 9. For the chlorine residual, the next factor, the higher the chlorine residual, the greater or the faster the rate of disinfection. But with chlorine residuals, facilities have to balance the appropriate amount of chlorine while also reducing the formation of potentially harmful byproducts. And so through our experience with our facility, 1.5 is a good balance between proper disinfection and reducing those formations of those harmful byproducts. And then flow rate. We want to make sure that we are considering the appropriate contact time and clear well volume at the maximum flow rates of our plant, which 20 million gallons of water per day, or about 14,000 gallons per minute. And then finally, we want to consider the clear well geometry, which is called the baffling factor. And the baffling factor determines how water moves through the clear well. So we want to make sure that the water has plenty of opportunity to be in contact with disinfectant. The picture to the left is an example of a poorly baffled clear well. You get that dead zone in the area here, and so the water can short circuit around that, so you don't get good contact time. The picture to the right is an example of a well-baffled clear well, so you can see those walls in there, and this really encourages the water to have plenty of time to be in contact with the disinfectant. So a good baffling factor or a well-baffled clear well is going to be at least 0.7. So we're going to assume a 0.7 in our clear well contact time and design and in our volume calculations. So in order to determine how much volume we need in the clear well to ensure proper disinfection, we need to know what the required contact time is under all those conditions that we just talked about. And to determine this, we're either going to use the tables developed by the contact time tables developed by the EPA, or we're going to use this regression formula. And we use the regression formula because it's just a little bit more accurate way of doing it. And so then when you utilize that regression formula, we get 48 minutes of required contact time based on all those conditions that we just talked about earlier. And then when you plug in all of the other factors, including a safety factor of 2, we get a disinfection volume of 1,275,000 gallons. All right, any questions about disinfection volume before I move over to the operational storage? Okay, so for the operational storage, again, of operational volume, again, we're gonna look at treatment plant processes, which is, again, mostly water that we use to wash our filters. We're gonna look at managing customers' demands while in maintaining efficient and stable operations, and we're gonna look at more emergency storage. So for filter backwashing, currently we wash between 2 to 3 filters per day. And as our demands increase, we treat more water, we filter more water, we're gonna need to wash these filters more often. And so when we're approaching the 20 million gallons of water per day, we're gonna be washing between 6 to 7 filters per day. And each backwash uses about 100,000 gallons. So when we look at the future treatment of 20 million gallons of water per day and using about 100,000 gallons per filter wash, we're looking at between 600 and 775,000 gallons per day for washing our filters. And this is the water that would come out of the clear well to be able to do that. Of course, these filter washers would be spaced out throughout the day. We wouldn't, use that all at once. So the next thing we want to consider is the customer usage. So the customer usage in the distribution system follows this diurnal pattern. Meaning that it increases and decreases during the day. It peaks in the morning, the water usage peaks in the morning when folks wake up, take their showers, stabilizes throughout the day, and then at night when most people go to bed, those water demands decrease. And so the top trend here is water tank levels or water storage in the system. So those tanks are gonna fill at night when the system demands are low, and then again, when folks wake up, start using water, those tanks, the storage is gonna start to fall. And it stabilizes through the day, and then again, once folks go to bed, start using less water, those tanks are gonna naturally fill. And water storage is really important because it serves as an important buffer to maintain stable operations. If we didn't have storage, then we would have to constantly ramp up the plant up and down to be able to meet these demands. And this is a really inefficient way to operate the plant. It stresses the equipment because we're having to make constant adjustments. Water quality parameters can be really hard to maintain because you're constantly chasing and making adjustments. Increases the chemical costs and it increases energy costs. And this is going to become more challenging as water demands increase over time because we'll have less storage. So our consultants ran a time series model of when we would be providing 20 million gallons of water per day to our community and how much water we would need in the clear well to be able to maintain those consistent operations to keep that from having to ramp the plant up and down. And this valuation accounted for the water that we just talked about that we would use for washing filters. What it did not model was if we had a major line break in the system. So when the results from this indicated that we would need between 1.7 and 1.8 million gallons of water storage to maintain customer demands and an efficient and stable operations. So when you look at the clear well, and we look at a 3 million gallon clear well, 1.3 of that would be for disinfection with that safety factor, and then this would give us 1.7 million gallons of water for the operational storage. This 1.7 million also helps improve the reliability of our services and operational resiliency. It would allow us the ability to shut down the plant either in a planned or unplanned situation for potentially 2 to 3 hours while we perform maintenance or make repairs. It also provides a critical buffer during major line breaks. So this is a graphic of one of our more recent major line breaks that was in June of 2024. In this line break, you see we lost 1.1 million gallons of water in 11 minutes. That top trend, those top trends are the storage tanks within the distribution system, and that bottom trend is the clear well level. And as you can see, the clear well level didn't move very much because right now we don't have a lot of additional storage to be able to push out into the system to be able to make up for this water loss. And so while our staff was working really hard to get the plant ramped up to make up for this loss, if we had more storage in the clear well, we'd be able to make up the difference pretty quickly, as well as we'd be able to recover from this event sooner. When you look at this, it took us about 8 hours to be able to recover from the water we had lost during this line break. So again, having additional storage just helps us be more resilient in these situations. And for this particular line break, we were really fortunate that our staff was in the right place in the right time, was able to isolate it quickly to minimize any impacts to the customers. And finally, regardless of the size of the nuclear well, it's being proposed to have 2 cells in it, and this will provide resiliency or redundancy, but also allow us to take 1 cell down at a time to be able to perform preventative maintenance, as well as making repairs, which will ultimately extend the useful life of the clear well, which isn't something we have the ability to do now. It also provides additional resiliency should we have an unexpected situation where we needed to isolate a portion of the clear well. An example of where this would have benefited us was our emergency we had in February of 2017. During this situation, we experienced a fluoride overfeed due to a malfunctioned pump. After we did some additional testing, we found that the fluoride had reached only halfway through the clear well. So if we had had 2 cells, we would have been able to have isolated the portion of the clear well that had the high fluoride levels and continued to be able to provide water to our community with the other cell while we corrected this issue. And here's a list of other utilities with similar size treatment plants as ours, with their permitted capacity, their total clear well volume, as well as their clear well volume to permitted daily capacity. So the city of Raleigh has 2 water treatment plants. Their D.E. Benton plant is a 20 million gallon per day facility like ours. They have a 5 million gallon clear well, so their clear well to volume capacity is 25%. The city of Durham, the new Western Intake Partnership plant that's being proposed to be built off Jordan Lake is proposed to be 20.5 million gallons of water per day. And currently the plans are either 1 or 2 4 million gallon clear wells. And so they'll have somewhere between 20 and 39% clear well volume to permitted capacity. And then you have the city of Fayetteville and Johnson County. Both those plants are 18 million gallons of water per day, clear well volume of 6.5 and 4. With the clear well volume permitted capacity of 36 and 20. So the proposed clear well for the Jones Ferry Road Water Treatment Plant of 3 million gallons will give us a 15% clear well volume to permitted capacity. So still less than our other utilities, but certainly more than what we currently have, which is the 1.5 at 7.5% clear well volume to permitted capacity. So we talked to our consultants about, is there industry best practice? Is there a rule of thumb when it comes to permitted capacity in clear well sizing? And best practices isn't to have anything less than 15% clear well volume to permitted capacity. And I guess one other thing important to kind of highlight here too is that, our clear well was built back in 1948. It's the original clear well to the plant. When our treatment plant was first built, the permitted capacity was 3 million gallons of water per day. So we had a 50% clear well volume to permitted capacity. And over time, we've expanded the capacity of the treatment plant, but we haven't expanded the capacity of the clear well. So we've continued to diminish that additional storage. And then when we're looking at the cost of a 1.5 million gallon clear well is $14.5 million. The cost of a 3 million gallon clear well is $21.7 million, so a difference of $7.2 million. And then we looked at the cost of building 1.5 million gallon clear well and then expanding it to 3 million in the future. And the estimated cost at today's cost would be over $29 million. And with this is a very conservative estimate because we expect the constructability to be very challenging and more costly due to the fact that we would need to stabilize the current nuclear well, keep it in operations while we expanded it and built the new one. We also looked at whether there was any significant differences in the operations and maintenance costs between a 1.5 and a 3 million gallon well, and we didn't find any significant cost differences. The pumping costs are expected to be the same, chemical costs are expected to be the same. So staff's recommendation is to proceed with the design of a 2-celled 3 million gallon clear well. It provides us with the necessary storage to ensure that we can meet current and future customer demands, as well as maintain stable and efficient operations. It also provides a critical buffer during emergency situations, and it's a critical investment in ensuring that we can provide safe and reliable drinking water services to our community. So, Mr. Chair, I'll turn it back over to you to receive public comment and board discussion.
Thank you, Monica. Any comments from the public? Hearing none. Any comments, discussion from the board? Yes, Todd.
Thanks so much for that discussion. I think what sold me is the very simple line about the rating of the plant dropping during cleaning periods. But I am curious. So the February agenda described the cost of the clear well as being budgeted for $32 million, going to $84 million. How is it now 20?
So this one, the costs for this are just for the clear well itself. I have to go back and look at the February agenda, but I know that
This is for the clear well and the electrical.
and the electrical. Okay, so the electrical. I have
It's
that.
32, and then the current estimates were 80.
Yeah, so the electrical costs are $24 million
In addition to this.
in addition to this, yes.
But this is still like 22 million, so that's still half of what it
Yeah,
is.
so the other costs that aren't included in this is the pumping station. So this is just looking at the size of the clear well itself. So if we were to include the pump station, that's an additional 17.4 million. And if you were to include the electrical cost, it's 24 million. And then, of course, there's cost for the design and all that good stuff. So the total cost, if we're looking at total electrical, clear well, and pumping station, is 67.5 million for a 1.5 and 74.7 million for a 3 million. Does that match what you have?
I mean, that's more on.
Okay.
It's closer.
Yeah, so that's what it is. This is just looking at the clear well itself.
Okay, so that means that the differential, just so I understand,
Yeah.
the differential between 1.5 and 3 million, I mean, this looks like it's a 50%, or that as a percentage, the differential is not quite as big as these are when you account for the other costs, which are fixed costs, not variable costs, right? I mean, on the construction, the list you've just gone through
Yeah.
of electrical, all of those things are fixed costs
Well,
to the variable costs? Or,
those would all be, they would all be the same across these options.
okay.
Yeah.
My point is I'm just looking at, there's a 50% difference between 1.5 and 3 million on this, but it's not that, given all of the costs, it's not
Oh, I
50.
see what you're saying, yeah.
That it's not a proportional
Yes. to-
increase,
so-
okay.
Yeah,
All right.
I was observing the amount of water that we lost during those 11 minutes of the failure of the broken line. And that comes to about 100,000 gallons per minute. So there's a huge amount of water that we can lose if something were going to happen like this. And if we're not prepared with the adequate water, we probably would see a failure in our system. So I'm just thinking on those things about the resiliency of the clear well. So that opened my eye more to the possible realities that we could face.
Okay. You good, Pedro?
I'm good.
Johnny?
Yeah, so is there gonna be the capacity to shut off the clear well at the clear well rather than, so, the pipe broke and the clear well was draining, is there a way to cut it off at the clear well so it doesn't?
Yeah, so the clear well wasn't draining in
Okay,
that
wasn't,
event.
okay.
Those were the actual storage tanks in the system.
I see.
We do have the ability to isolate the clear well.
Suzanne?
Could you go back to the thing that shows that break? There we go. Not that one, sorry.
that one.
I think that's what I asked for, but that's not what I was thinking of. forward?
That one?
Let me describe it. So, well, let me ask this as a question.
Yeah.
Would you be backwashing filters during a break? Pipe is broken, would you be backwashing a filter?
Well, it's possible that while we're backwashing a filter that a pipe might break. I would say that if we're in the middle of a line break, if we can avoid washing a filter during that time so that we could utilize that water for that emergency, that we would hold off on washing that filter.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if we could go to the image that has the stacking of what our needs are and what our operational reserves are.
Yeah.
That one.
Okay.
I'm still struggling a little bit with the proportionality of this, that what we need, our required volume is only a quarter of what the capacity is. And then and that's what I'm struggling with a little bit here, because these are operational things are set on including things like backwashing filters and stuff like that. And then we think about breaks that happen, and I continue to try to wrap my head around how we're being conservative, as we should as a utility. We're being conservative with our assumptions, and then we're doubling up on every assumption.
Yeah.
So I'm just struggling a little bit, not with it in theory. In theory, this is great. If we
Yeah.
got room for this and we can make it work economically and stuff, then yeah, that's great. But we've been working within the constraints of a campus that doesn't have enough room for everything. And so I'm just trying to keep this in mind as we're, when we're going into what our assumptions are, that our assumptions are safety on top of everything, but then we say, oh, look at that break and how much we lost so quickly. Well, yeah, but we're not going to be we're not going to spending 700,000 gallons on backwashing filter if we're in the middle of a crisis.
Yeah.
And so I'm just wondering what the thinking is in that.
Yeah, and what we consider this to be, that's why we didn't because initially it was like we could categorize this as, we could put a level in there for backwashing filters, we could put a level in there for maintain customer ends, and we could put a level in there for emergencies. This is like what we consider variable storage, which means it would be used for all of those uses that we just talked about. Washing filters, maintaining services to our community while doing that in a very efficient manner. And if we have an emergency, we have the additional water that, yes, we wouldn't be washing a filter, but that water can go over to meet that emergency situation. So it's really, the water can be used for different reasons, but it's mostly going to be used for those three reasons right there. And so what we've tried to do is kind of paint the picture of how could the water be used. And there's with the washing the filters, that's going to be a set volume every day. We're going to use that. We have flexibility in when we can use that during the day, for the most part, as long as the filters we want to proactively watch the filters until until they tell us we have to, because it does help us manage that. And then again, with the customers, it really depends on the demand, but we want to maintain those stable operations. So one of the things I appreciated about the evaluation that our consultants did was, what does that volume need to be to maintain services to our community when we're producing that much water, to avoid that constant ramping up and ramping down. And then like you said, there's a lot of things that can kind of go into this, and the emergency storage is one that having that helps us be more resilient in our response.
So I don't want to stay on this point for too long. I'm just trying to, again, understand how much is being stacked upon what. This is a scenario for how much water you're saying that OWASA needs to have for normal operations.
Yes, normal operations, yes.
Okay.
At 20 million gallons of water per day.
And so we need to have, and so then how does emergency situations such as the one in which you show that drop from the break, how does that then affect this graph?
Yeah, so if we're producing 20 million gallons of water per day, and we're utilizing, what we're saying here is that we're gonna need all that water in the clear well to be able to maintain those consistent operations, we're kind of back into the situation we're in now. Well, that's not true. We have actual less water to be able to respond to the emergency because more of that water is being used to the community. So when we get to the point where we're producing 20 million gallons of water to the community on a consistent basis, we're not going to have as much emergency storage. We have a little bit more of that now because we're not producing that much water to the community, but what we've tried to do is size this for the future.
Okay, and what is our, the amount that we're producing to the community right now?
Now is about 7 million gallons of water per day. Of course, you know, we kind of talked about in our last meeting how that can vary, but yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so we're using we're producing 7 million today, and we need a 30 million tank.
3, yeah.
Or sorry, a 3 million. All right, thank you.
Amara?
Just for my own information, back in 1948, how many gallons per day were they using?
Oh, that's a really good question.
When you produced the 1.5 million?
It's a really good question. I don't know the answer to that.
I'm sure it wasn't 1.5 million gallons that we're using right now. My point is, you're building not just for today, but for future capacity. So you have to do a little more, you have to have some vision about the future, because we don't want to do this every 2 or 3 years, right? Since 1948, the capacity you have has satisfied the community. So if you're gonna rebuild again, your projections are saying 20 million is what we should build now so that we'll be able to last at least maybe to the end of this century.
At least 3 million to be able to meet the 20 million gallons per day for the community.
Okay, because I think that's important. Maybe perhaps, I don't know if with your data analysis, people could do some projections that they could go back if data existed then to show how the capacity is growing. So you're not just building for today, but the future as well. That's it.
Pedro?
Yes, and I was thinking about the lifespan on those clear wells is about 80 years, you said before?
Yeah.
So that's consistent with the amount of water that you were proposing to build. So if we're thinking about 40 to 80 years from now, the demand probably would be that high at that time. So I concur with Omara that we need to think about longer term, be ready for a longer time.
Yeah, I guess a comment and question. In some cases, communities do get smaller, so that's also a future possibility. We don't know for sure, I guess. And then just to like revisit what happened in 2017, if you had a larger clear well, would you be turning the pumps up so that you had pressure maintained in the system if there was a main break, or what would you do differently to respond to that kind of thing?
Yeah, so for the February, so for a water main break, if we had a more volume, we would be able to, yes, turn the pumps up and be able to push more water out, more available water out into the system. The February emergency we had one cell clear well, portion of it was contaminated because we didn't have the ability to isolate it. We had to drain the entire clear well and take that. We actually had to shut down the plant and take the entire clear out of service so that we could correct it.
Wow. Good. One last follow-up from me, kind of building on Suzanne's questions. Did I recall from our previous conversation about the system demands that, while it's 7 baseline, more or less, wasn't there a time it was, for whatever reason, was much higher? My recollection was seeing 12 or 14 million gallons a day.
Yeah, that was, yes, you're right. Back in, what was it? So we're selling the same amount of water now as we were in the 1980s. So what years would those have been where we had those higher demands?
Those were during the 2000, the early 2000s were some of the highest demands. But to your point, I think you were talking about that there were times in the year when you would see
That's right.
demands on a certain day. You know, you're looking at an average day demand at 7, but there's times in the year when you're actually.
Peak days were much above that.
Yeah, I see it.
All right. Amira?
I think it was explained to us that during the period where, I'm gonna say the community was conserving water, and we put in a lot of conservation methods and activities, water use went down. And that was an interesting period in time, and I think the behavior of the community has changed, and people have become more conscious of their use of water, and so they're not using as much as they used to be.
Well, we
used
also
to.
have toilets that use 1.6 gallon or 1.2
Yeah, well, that's right,
gallons
that's part
instead
of,
of 4.
yeah, that's part
So
of the
it's-
conservation, so that would, I mean, to his question, that's part of the conservation effort. I don't know when they're gonna get from toilet to the sink, which is what people talking about now, as far as reclaiming water. You don't have to bother to come to OWASA, you just drink out your toilet.
No, thank you.
No thanks is right.
Could we wrap up by, we're on the table to the board, see if we have concurrence for the board for 3 million gallons?
Concur.
2?
If, again, in a world in which there are no limitations, 3 million gallons is a great idea. I think that it is a goal, it is a good thing, it is, if we can make it work, then we make it work. I think that it is, I really struggle with the amount of doubling up on this, but I'm the only one who is concerned that we might not be able to afford to put a 3 million clear well on our campus, so. Size-wise, yeah. I mean, in theory, it's a great idea, it's what we should be doing.
Okay.
I don't know if it's, I think that at some point we may have to weigh whether, given all of our priorities, we can have that as well. I'm still not convinced, but but y'all can ignore me.
We can't ignore it. Karen?
I would concur with that being a wish list.
Todd?
I would concur. I don't think, I think it's more on the freak accident situation. I mean, you go back to the fluoride, I think the economic impact of that was several million dollars over a weekend in Chapel Hill. So we're talking about a $7 million difference. It's about a 10% difference. I think during the bigger meeting about the Clearwell with all the consultants, it occurred to me, I mean, I think it's like, we'll probably hit 20 million gallons a day in like 2070 or 2080. So, but I think that just the economic impact of having any kind of issue occur is bigger. So I would concur at 3 million gallons.
Thank you, John. Jocelyn?
Yeah.
Same here. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you.
Next is a review of the alternatives for PFAS treatment of drinking water by Ms. Allison Spinelli.
Great, thank you again, Allison Spinelli, Director of Water Resources. So similar to Monica, I do want to acknowledge a few folks that are in the audience tonight. We are joined by our PFAS treatment consultants from Black and Veatch, both Jeff Thompson and Adam Pfeffer, and they are here to assist me should I not be able to answer something that y'all want to get into the details on. But tonight we are going to be revisiting and talking about alternatives for PFAS treatment at the drinking water plant, as well as highlighting some of the work that we've done to date on the PAC optimization, so the powdered activated carbon optimization. And there's a lot of material that's going to be presented tonight, and some of it is pretty technical, so I do want to welcome you to ask questions throughout the presentation. So if you've got a burning question at the moment, feel free to stop me. There you go, Johnny. See, it worked.
I've never sat here before. Is my head in the way of the screen?
Not at all. But that was an easy first question. I appreciate that.
That one, so does mine.
All right, so again, please feel free to stop me throughout the presentation if there's some terminology or some concept that you want to talk through a little bit more. So here's our agenda for tonight. First, I'm going to briefly touch on the PFAS background, the current PFAS regulations, and particularly highlight some of the recent changes in the regulatory arena. Then I'm going to briefly touch on our PAC optimization work. We'll look at the state of science and highlight the best available technologies for PFAS treatment. And then I plan to walk the group through the original alternatives evaluation that was done, as well as some recent changes that have caused us to revisit that evaluation. And then I want to discuss OWASA's recommendation for treatment and really get to hear your feedback on what I've presented tonight and the path forward. So as you are all fully aware, PFAS are per and polyfluoroalkyl substances that are found in everyday products like cookware, clothing, carpet, personal care products, pretty much anything it feels like these days has some form of PFAS in it. And PFAS research has indicated that PFAS compounds may have adverse human health effects. So as such, OWASA has been monitoring PFAS since the early 2018 time period and has identified elevated levels in our Cane Creek Reservoir. And we have found little to no detections in our University Lake. OWASA has been working hard over the past years to find a path towards compliance with the proposed maximum contaminant levels associated with the PFAS regulations. The PFAS regulations, as they were originally proposed, are shown on this slide for 6 compounds. The 2 primary concerns for us are related to PFOA and PFOS. With our last round of quarterly sampling, we have been able to have some non-detects through the optimization of our powdered activated carbon, which has actually brought us into compliance with the proposed MCL as it currently stands. Running annual average is not the most common regulatory framework to think through, so I do want to walk the group through what a running annual average actually means. So just to make sure everybody understands, this graph illustrates OWASA's recent PFOA sampling results in green and the running annual average in blue. For this example, the results span over the last year and a half or so. So we're looking at Q1 of 2024 through the most recent quarter of 2025. And so for a running annual average to be calculated, you do need 4 samples. So the original blue PFOA annual running average that you see in that first quarter on the far left is actually made up of the 4 samples that were done in the 4 quarters before it. So prior to Q1 of 2024, we actually had some PFOA concentrations in our finished water that were above the anticipated maximum contaminant level of 4, which is shown in that red dashed line. So that's why you're seeing why the blue line is elevated. As we move through the quarters, we can see on the green line, as we're doing our quarterly sampling, we're kind of hovering a little above or a little below that maximum contaminant level. But it does take us all the way until the second quarter of 2025 for us to actually get a running annual average below this. So the main takeaway for this particular graph is to think through, you can have some exceedances, but you can't have really high exceedances, and you can't have multiple high exceedances in a row. Otherwise, it's going to be really hard to bring down your running annual average into compliance with the anticipated regulation. All right, I see nods and understanding. That's great. All right, so again, just highlighting there that we do have the ability to bring that running annual average down once you start getting concurrent samples underneath the MCL. So with that concept in mind, and with just respect to PFOA and PFOS, we are looking here at a trend of raw water concentrations in Cane Creek, which again is our primary source of PFAS in our water. So this is showing that raw water trends in the Cane Creek Reservoir. You've got your dark blue and dark green showing the 2 PFAS compounds that we're talking about, and then the lighter colors at the bottom of the slide talking about our finished water concentrations. And so you can again see in 2018, that's when our first monitoring started, and this whole trend continues through all of the bench scale studies and pilot scale studies that we've done to date, as well as once you start looking at the years of 2024 and 2025, all of the PAC optimization and work that we've been doing, both with our internal water resources team, our engineering team, as well as our consultants to get that level down. So we have made some pretty significant progress. So really, really proud of the hard work from this team and the fact that we're currently in compliance with that proposed MCL. As previously mentioned, OWASA has been working on PFAS and potential future compliance since 2018 when the potential regulation was initially discussed. But at that point, the future was really fuzzy. We really weren't sure what was going to happen. And so it wasn't until April of 2024 that there was a clear regulation. And at that point, the EPA announced that there would be maximum contaminant levels for 6 PFAS compounds, and they were anticipating a 2029 compliance deadline. And that's what we've been working towards all along until 6 months ago. Then 6 months ago, the EPA announced their intent to extend the compliance deadline until 2031, as well as to remove 4 of the PFAS compounds from that proposed regulation. That was all good news. However, they also, in that same announcement, made it clear that the PFAS and PFOA maximum contaminant levels would remain the same. And if you hearken back to what we were talking about just previously, PFAS and PFOA are our primary concerns for compliance. So we're currently sitting at that star location along this timeline, and so we are anticipating some sort of final rule based on the EPA announcement in May to come out in June. However, the recent government shutdown may play into what that overall timeline looks like. So we're keeping an eye on both the original compliance date of April 2029, as well as that potential expected new compliance date of April of 2031. So again, just to highlight this again, this is what the new rule will potentially look like if what the EPA announced 6 months ago actually comes to fruition this coming summer. Again, we'll primarily still just be looking at PFOA and PFAS, which is where our primary concern lies from the reservoir with Cane Creek. But the good news is we're currently in compliance, so that's it's still good. We'll still be making progress. So in addition to the drinking water regulations, which we previously touched on, that's what that timeline was focusing on, there are several other regulations related to PFAS in solids and waste that I want to touch on. First, there is the Comprehensive Environmental Response, Compensation, and Liability Act. That's also known as CERCLA and also very commonly referred to as Superfund. And in July of 2024, both PFAS and PFOA were designated as hazardous substances, and they would fall underneath the jurisdiction of CERCLA should a Superfund site or any hazardous waste locations be identified. And so for these different CERCLA liabilities, there have been several different legislative pieces of government work put forward to Congress to allow for passive receivers like water and wastewater utilities to be exempt from this. However, none of that has moved into action as of yet. So there are no current exemptions for water and wastewater utilities should some Superfund or hazardous waste identification be made. Additionally, there's also the Resource Conservation and Recovery Act and the Toxic Release Inventory, where the EPA does plan to regulate both PFAS compounds, PFAS and PFOA, underneath of that. But the main takeaway from this is that out of all three of these, we are most concerned about the CERCLA designation. CERCLA has the ability to impact OWASA primarily through our disposal options of our continued use of composting and landfilling facilities where we take our PAC solids. So if either a composting or a land facility is ever sued underneath CERCLA for hazardous substance PFAS contamination, there is a possibility that OWASA could be named as a partially or potentially responsible party because we will have contributed to PFAS concentrations being added to that site. And so if the site experiences PFAS leaching into groundwater and there's sampling done and a designation is made for Superfund, we could be held potentially financially liable. So this slide details the life cycle of our current solids, starting at the water plant where PAC is added and that number 1 slot and making it all the way to a composting or a landfilling facility. It's just something we really need to think about. So drawing it home, the uncertainty and risk of our waste disposal options are really important for us to consider as we're continuing to look at what the best treatment alternatives are for us at the drinking water plant. And we've factored this consideration into powdered activated carbon with our current use of it at the water treatment plant and then what potential future use of it looks like at the water plant as well. So PAC is very important to us here at the facility. It's historically been used at the water treatment plant to control for taste and odor as well as to remove organics. And it's added at the start of the treatment process where it's then commingled with other solids that are settled out during that clarification and sedimentation step. And then they're taken to our solids handling processes where it's then dewatered and then sent to, again, a composting or a landfilling facility. To date, our recent work has shown PAC to be very efficient at removing PFAS from our water in the cases and scenarios that we've been exposed to. And additional effort because of that success has been spent to try and optimize and improve the process to increase the efficiency of PFAS removal while managing cost and managing solids production. So there's a lot of factors that go into impacting the success of PAC absorption for whatever you're looking at. And these are the primary factors that we use on a day-to-day basis. It's the quality of the PAC product, the type of specification for that particular carbon that you're putting in the water, the amount that you're adding, different competing factors, the water temperature, flow rates, and then our raw water blend can have an impact on how successful PAC is for us. Some of these factors we have control over, and then some of them we don't. Like Monica mentioned it before, we don't have a lot of control over the temperature of our water, or we don't have a lot of control over the competing factors. What's in the water on the day that we're using it is kind of in the water. And now we're going to make it a little bit more complicated, and now we're going to add additional PFAS as another factor that we're trying to understand. The PFAS concentration has to be accounted for when we're trying to manage all of these different factors and maintain the water quality that we've committed to the customers to have. But despite all those competing factors, varied water quality, and different scenarios that the plant has experienced over the last handful of years, we have been successful and pretty unique in our success in the industry at reducing PFAS levels through the use of PAC. This graph illustrates a time series starting in 2019 and goes through this past summer to show how PFOA and PFOS levels have been reduced through the use of PAC and different carbon products and different doses selected. And a lot of work has been put into trying to find the right mix, the right dose, and the best scenarios for us to work through to try and get those PFAS numbers down below the anticipated MCL. So there's a lot of bench and jar testing and full-scale testing that's gone into this, and I'll refer you to the appendices that went into the agenda item if you want to get into any of those, or we can talk about them here tonight. So zooming in on some more recent results, I do want to highlight one little fact that while PAC results have been overall positive with most samples we've taken since our full-scale PAC testing that was completed late this summer, we have been under the MCL for a large majority of those samples, but there have been some recent excursions above the MCL. Some of our initial jar testing had shown that we could optimize our PAC dose to be lower than 35 parts, but we had seen some excursions above that. And then even as we ramped up beyond 35 parts per million of a dose for carbon, we continued to see some excursions. We do believe that some of this may be related to the quality of the PAC that we received. It could be related to some of the colder weather conditions as we're transitioning from summer to fall and summer to winter. But we are continuing to monitor the results and actively making plans to address the PAC quality issues with a tighter spec. And then also we plan to run some additional tests moving forward to better understand temperature impacts on kinetics, temperature impacts on settleability, and some of those factors that might be influencing some of our more recent results. So overall, what have we learned in the last year or two? And we've learned quite a bit. So we've identified that PAC can be more reliably and effectively used to treat for PFAS than we originally anticipated. And it can be done at a lower dose than was originally anticipated. When we first started off with our bench scale studies and some of our benchtop work, we thought we'd need at least a 50 parts per million dose, and we have identified that typically, without a lot of different competing factors, we can use a 35 milligram per liter or parts per million dose. So that's all really good things, and we do have opportunities that we can optimize, and we're identifying and trying to understand when we can pull those levers to try and reduce costs and reduce solids. But we have just begun to scratch the surface on what it takes to actually understand how PAC is going to work for us in the long term. So there's still quite a bit more that we want to look. So we want to take a few steps further and find out more information. So we have a couple different next steps planned. We want to, first off, continue our full-scale weekly testing so we can identify where we're seeing efficiencies, where we're not seeing efficiencies, and track what we're finding out about that PAC quality and temperature and different things that we're seeing at the full scale. We also want to test in different flow rates. Right now, we know that with the contact time that we have, with the way that the water flows through our facility because of our demands, PAC is very successful. But how will that work when our demands increase? Can we simulate less contact time and see if it's just as efficient or not? And then we also want to look at different carbon products. We also want to look at whether or not we can artificially, so through the use of benchtop work, through jar testing, change the amount of organics that can be competing with the powdered activated carbon, as well as the amount of taste and odor, to see if we get into a situation that's a high taste and odor event or a high organics event, will the pack be as successful? And we're doing all that because PAC is not currently identified as a best available technology for PFAS removal by the EPA. Currently, only granular activated carbon, ion exchange, and reverse osmosis are identified as best available technologies for PFAS removal. Powdered activated carbon has typically only been considered for utilities that might need to remove a small fraction of PFAS from their waters in order to maintain compliance. But beyond PAC, there are also other things out there on the market, foam fractionation and destruction being one of them. And I would refer you to the appendices in your board packet for more information on all of those technologies. And you're also welcome to ask any questions that you have tonight about those. But focusing in on the EPA best available technologies, which are highlighted here on this table in green, as well as including our powdered activated carbon, since we already have it on site, a high-level evaluation was done at the very onset of this study to look at PFAS treatment alternatives. And very early on in the process, we did decide to remove RO from consideration because of the high energy and high capital costs associated with it. So we've continued to then focus on the powdered activated carbon, granular activated carbon, and ion exchange. And the ability of all of these to remove PFAS has been shown, and really then you're looking at the differences between environmental impacts or environmental benefits, secondary benefits, as well then as capital costs. So with those technologies in mind, we also did a deep dive into what are other utilities doing. This slide illustrates other North Carolina utilities, their relative size, and their average PFOA concentration in their source water, as well as their selected PFAS treatment technique or solution. For many utilities with larger concentrations of PFAS, they lean on granular activated carbon as the most appropriate, best available technology. On the flip side, let's say utilities that have 10 parts per trillion or less of PFOA, they can look towards powdered activated carbon as a way to meet compliance for the PFAS regulation. However, I will have you note there are several larger utilities noted on this slide, primarily Greensboro and Fayetteville, that are going with granular activated carbon despite having low concentrations, well, what we would consider low concentrations of PFOA in their source water, and it's primarily due to the disposal concerns with having PFAS-laden pack solids. So armed with our knowledge both of best available technologies as well as other utility experiences, we honed in on having 4 different treatment alternatives for PFAS removal here at the Jones Ferry Road Water Treatment Plant. The first alternative is looking primarily at GAC adsorption, and there's 2 subsets of that alternative. One is where you have GAC adsorption happening within a large gravity contactor, that's essentially in the basin. And then you would have another option, which is your GAC absorption, which is in a pressure vessel. The primary difference between those is size and footprint. The alternative for 2 was GAC followed by ion exchange. In this case, your GAC would be used to manage your taste and odor and organics removal requirements, since ion exchange is only geared towards actually removing PFAS. Number 3, you would have ion exchange with continuation of our current pack feed. And so again, your pack feed would handle your taste and odor removal as well as your organics removal, and then your ion exchange would focus on your PFAS reduction. And then the last alternative was pack adsorption to handle your taste and odor and your PFAS and your organics altogether, assuming a higher dose in this original evaluation. Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry. Remind me, how is GAC regeneration done, and is that done on-site or off-site?
In most cases, it's done off-site. You actually typically contract for full services when you typically competitively select a GAC provider to meet a certain spec.
Okay.
They would have turnkey services, so they would be the ones bringing you the GAC. They'd be the ones either loading it into a basin or a pressure vessel. You would run it until you reached breakthrough and it was utilized and couldn't provide value anymore. And then they would be contracted to then remove the GAC. It's like a wetting process, and then kind of suck it out. It gets trucked, and then it gets sent to a thermal reactivation facility, regenerated, and then you bring that regenerated GAC back to your site.
Great. And so to clarify, You know, I see that in the disadvantages column in page 192, there are PFAS laden solids for PAC, but the reason why we don't have PFAS laden solids for GAC, even though you can't really regenerate all the time, is that we're sort of offloading that onto this contractor, right?
So thermal regeneration from EPA recommendations has shown to be 99% available to destruct PFAS.
Okay.
So when you regenerate it, the research we've seen from them has shown that, or has stated that it is destructed.
Great, thank you.
So while you're
Sure.
interrupting, so in reclaimed water, you're testing that, or that?
Reclaimed water coming from the wastewater plant being used for the cooling towers.
And for toilet flushing?
I am not aware if we are sampling for PFAS and reclaimed.
We're not specifically sampling the reclaimed water, but we are sampling the wastewater effluent, which would be the same concentrations.
Right. So I was just saying that that's where maybe, I don't know if it's significant or not, but PFAS getting into the compost.
I'm not sure I'm following. Can you explain it to me a little bit more?
Okay, so if there's a higher concentration of PFAS in the reclaimed water, and you're flushing a toilet with that, and that's going to the wastewater treatment plant,
Okay.
then that is maybe contributing to a higher concentration that would be going off-site to a composting facility or.
Are you talking about biosolids composting?
Biosolids, I'm sorry,
Okay,
yeah.
okay. So I do believe we have a whole agenda planned for next month to talk about biosolids, and I am not equipped to talk about it tonight. So
Anyway, that's fine.
Awesome, thanks. All right, I'm gonna keep rolling unless there's any other questions. Okay, great. All right, so those were our 4 original treatment alternatives that we looked at as part of the evaluation. So with that in mind, we also did set up criteria as well as a treatment goal. So the treatment goal that we were looking to achieve was a 3 parts per trillion goal. That was to provide us a margin of error that we could have on any given day and still maintain compliance. So we had the treatment goal, and then we had these criteria that we were looking at. So we had capital costs, which made up 35% of our original alternatives analysis, operating costs, 25%. We had ability to meet the treatment goal, and this was evaluating whether or not those PAC, GAC, the combinations of both and ion exchange mixed in there would be able to reliably meet that treatment goal of 3 parts per trillion, as well as continue to meet our goals for taste and odor going out to the community. We also had waste stream management, which looks at the fate of PFAS-laden residuals in media and the impact on the solids handling process. We had water quality benefits, and this is where we are looking to see how adaptable is the technology that we're looking at. Is it also able to address any other emerging contaminants that we might not have regulations for, but could have regulations for in the future? And what other impacts would it have on other regular or regulated water quality concerns? Chlorine stability, corrosion control, etc. We also looked at the impact to the existing water treatment plant. It looked at facility footprint and impact on the backwash sizing for clear well and equalization tanks, and as well as other treatment processes and chemical feeds. And then lastly, we looked at O&M complexity, which included the frequency of those media changeouts that Jocelyn and I talked about here, as well as the amount of equipment and systems to maintain, as well as the relative complexity and how familiar our staff might be with that type of work. So this table illustrates the results from that original treatment alternatives analysis. The evaluation criteria are in that first column, followed by the weightings. And then we've got the scores for each of those criteria relative to the different alternatives that were evaluated. A workshop was held with staff and our consulting team to identify the scores for each of these criteria for each of the alternatives. And as a result, GAC Basins was the highest scored alternative during this original treatment alternatives analysis. And I do want to highlight that there was only 1 0 placed on this entire slide, and at this time it was for the ability for PAC to reliably meet treatment goals. And so I just wanted to call attention to that because that will come and change here in a moment. So from our original alternatives analysis with GAC in our mind, this is our original treatment facility that would be shown here. This is what we have today. And so what would change if we chose to move forward with the original treatment alternatives analysis is that GAC filters would be placed into a step after filtration. You want to make sure that GAC has the cleanest water possible entering it so that you get the best length of time for use out of those filters. And what it would also do is that we would no longer need powdered activated carbon anymore. Our pilot study showed that we would have breakthrough of PFAS compounds well ahead of us having any breakthrough of organics or our taste and odor compounds. So we would be able to run our GAC to have multiple benefits for taste and odor, organics, as well as PFAS reduction. And by removing the PAC from the process train, we would be reducing our liability to have PFAS-laden solids going then to a landfill or a compost. However, a lot has changed since that original treatment alternatives evaluation workshop. We've seen increased reliability in the use of PAC at lower doses than we originally anticipated. We've also had increased community engagement with our neighbors along Glosson Circle and Fidelity Street, and that's highlighted the importance of evaluating site impacts. And then we've also heard from staff in response to the importance of having on-site parking here for now and into the future. So we had to make some adjustments to our evaluation criteria. The left-hand side illustrates what was on the original alternatives evaluation, and then the right-hand side, I'll walk through some of the changes that we've made. We had to change the ability to reliably meet treatment goals to mean something different, because now we'd found out that the three alternatives that we were really looking at, PAC, GAC, and ion exchange, could actually all reliably do it. So we wanted to look then more specifically at treatment effectiveness. And since they could all do it, we also wanted to reduce the percentage of weighting for that criteria because it wasn't playing as strongly into some of our considerations. We also wanted to specifically add a criteria that talked about Jones Ferry Road site and parking impacts, and we gave that a 5% value. Since we added a site and parking impact criteria at a 5% value, we felt it was only fair to then have water quality benefits, the impact of the existing site, and O&M complexity rated at that same weighting. So those ratings were changed from the original 4%, 3%, and 3% to now all have a 5% weighting. With these new criteria and associated weightings, the same process was utilized again to revisit the 4 different treatment alternatives. The changes in scores are shown up there, and we can kind of walk through that. But then we also had to evaluate the different criteria, because now we had new criteria and we had new scores and we had a new understanding. So both PAC and GAC ended up being front runners with very little difference between the weighted scores. So with this in mind, we started to take a deeper dive. We liked some of the ideas that PAC could offer us in terms of Jones Ferry Road site and parking impacts. However, we still had some significant and serious concerns about the disposal options. So we took this into the next step, which was doing a life cycle cost assessment to look at both GAC basins and powdered activated carbon side by side. We looked at a life cycle cost assessment over a 20-year planning period with an average PFAS concentration and a selected treatment goal of 3 parts per trillion for both PFAS and PFOA. And the outcome was that PAC had a significantly lower life cycle cost assessment than GAC. But while the life cycle cost and initial capital costs and the impact on site were less than PAC, we really have had some significant reservations about the risk related to the environmental impacts of PAC and associated risks of disposal of PAC solids in the future. GAC, on the other hand, has a higher capital cost and a larger footprint and influences the site design more heavily, but it does have an approved destruction methodology for PFAS, and it has reduced risk for OWASA in the future moving forward. So with the success that we've had thus far with powdered activated carbon, we do feel some relief from the urgency to move forward with granular activated carbon, but we do still recognize that that need exists, and we would recommend continuing with the preliminary design of granular activated carbon. But we would love to hear the feedback on this proposed plan to continue to recommend GAC as the best long-term option for treating PFAS, primarily because of the disposal risks and environmental impacts. And with that, I'd love to hear your feedback.
Karen?
Thank you for your presentation. Well, I think, I'm glad that you included the change in the timeline there. I feel like that is still a little bit of an uncertainty. But knowing that we have that 2-year extension and anything we start now would be probably, 2 years until we got the design, the construction, everything advanced. To consider, I would like to see the evaluation done where the board maybe could contribute to the weighting, because I feel like that's a very values-based decision, and I think part of our role is to represent different values, and I would like to maybe have a chance to weigh in on that column. The other thing, I think it's great that you're planning to continue the experimentation with the PAC, and especially since you have the new equipment coming on board, I think that could also be a little bit of a game changer in terms of what you're able to learn and how, quickly you're able to kind of pivot with the PAC and use it effectively.
Yeah, definitely.
And I think my last thing is just, I saw the zeolite clay was one of the options that was maybe a little bit less developed, but I wanted to ask if maybe that's something that would be feasible to include in the experimentation.
Sure, yeah, we can definitely look at that.
Yeah, such surprising results with the PAC, maybe the same would hold true, but yeah.
Sure, yeah, we're definitely happy to look into that further.
Okay,
Yeah.
thanks.
Yeah.
Any other board members? Suzanne?
Thank you for the presentation. I appreciate especially the approach that you've taken in terms of updating the information and the assumptions. I think that's really helpful. And looking at the cost things. What I'm curious about, and I don't want to go into a bunch of what ifs or anything, but I'm really curious about, the pressure's off now, thankfully, because the timeline is extended and we seem to be able to manage this in the short term. Do you have any, it still seems like the technologies are emerging, how to treat how to treat these chemicals, perhaps how to dispose of the, is there some way to incinerate the PAC or whatever. I mean, my point is not that you have the answers to this, but I'm really curious about how this emergence of new, as so many researchers and entities are trying to come up with ways to deal with it. I'm just curious how that comes into play as you're evaluating the options.
Sure, yeah, so we're always keeping up on what's new in the industry. I mean, just yesterday, I had a conversation with NC Pure, which is working on regenerable ion exchange. And they had worked on a pilot here at our facility last year. And so we're staying in touch with them to hear what's new, what are they finding out, where are they at with their technology? Would it be something we need to consider either here at the water plant or maybe something for the future for the wastewater plant? So we're keeping all those doors open. I've had continued conversations with Invicta to understand what their scale up looks like and talking through potentially going to see another one of those pilots. We partner on research. We're working with the Urban Water Consortium on a few research things right now, and just kind of keeping our door open and making sure that the researchers that are working on PFAS type projects and technologies know that we're open to hearing it, know that we're open to providing PAC solids. Just yesterday, we had a research idea come up of wanting to see, does PFAS actually come off of PAC? That's a great question to ask. I would love to know the answer to that. So, we could provide a sample of our dewatered solids to this research group and say, test this once you figure out the methodology to do it. So keeping those doors open is primarily how we're keeping in touch with that, as well as working with our consultants who are industry leaders in a lot of those areas. They can keep us informed.
And so then how does that intersect or comply, how does that play with you're still recommending that we go with GAC?
Mm-hmm.
And are you recommending it on a time frame, or are you recommending it based on the information you have today that's what you would do, or whether it's, I mean, I'm just trying to reconcile that we've bought some time.
Yeah, I would say it's a little bit of both. A lot of those technologies that were listed in the appendice are many, many years from being commercially available or scalable to the level that we would need them at. So I think there's a lot of opportunities to grow in that space, but we will probably need solutions before a lot of those emerging technologies can actually meet our needs. But I think as long as we continue to design with flexibility in mind, that'll give us a lot of opportunities in the future. So like that regenerable ion exchange, I said, are you thinking about making this in a function that it can fill a GAC basin? You can take out the media from GAC and put in this regenerable ion exchange. And they said, yeah, we're working towards that solution. So those are things that we want to be built into the design, is the flexibility for us to pivot in the future if something better comes along.
Thank you.
Are there any questions from the public? Forgot to ask that question. Hearing none. Okay, thank you. Other board members, Jocelyn?
So I wanted to piggyback off of Karen's note of it would be nice to have the board involved in the waiting process. I just wanted to note that you know, I wanted to make sure that we talked about parking in January.
Yes.
And so it's a little bit, we're kind of baking parking into these matrices, right? So it's like, are we truly holding off and talking about parking later, or are we also integrating it here? So that's my comment here.
That's a valid comment.
Yeah.
Anybody else?
Yeah, thank you so much. So it's been really interesting to see how this evolves, and I'm curious as to what your thoughts are as to how this is going to evolve in the future. Given, I mean, it's clearly like the elephant in the room, right, is the disposal, wastewater plant. I mean, it seems like the writing's on the wall for biosolids. And so it's this like enormous waste stream that has to go somewhere. And I'm kind of wondering, is it feasible to even consider how this links to the wastewater plant in terms of like, if there was a GAC facility or another like PAC disposal option, if it's incineration or what it is, if that could be located at the Mason Farm plant. We're kind of dancing around that.
It's a great question, and it's something we are evaluating with our wastewater team right now. So they're embarking on a lot of different efforts to analyze and look towards what the future of biosolids look like. And some of that does put an evaluation of alternatives together. And one of those alternatives could be some sort of destruction technology that is placed at the wastewater plant. And in that case, we would look to, if possible, commingle any waste that we would have that might have PFAS in them also with that facility, if possible.
How, out of curiosity, what would an efficient way of getting that from here to there?
Efficient or possible?
Either.
I would envision like the world is your oyster. It could be many different things, but I think most likely it would be trucking.
On that, what is the volume right now that you would, I mean, under a PAC setup, what volume are we talking about?
So every week I am taking 60 tons of PAC waste to a composting facility, and if we exceed that, it goes to the landfill.
Okay.
That is 3 tractor trailer loads of 18-wheeler tractor trailers.
And that's for treating the water?
With the level of PAC that we're currently feeding to manage PFAS. Just, if you want to talk numbers, probably about $20,000 to $25,000 a month in disposal costs.
Okay.
Question, so it's going to a composting facility, and what is that compost then used for?
That compost is used for a myriad of different things. This has been our solids disposal option since well before we knew PFAS existed. Our wastewater plant also does send some of their biosolids to this composting facility. At this facility, it's a very interesting site. You go, you dump into this large shed structure, and it's commingled with other things that folks bring to compost as well, and then it's packaged up and sold.
Your garden.
To your garden supply center.
Can you burn back? It's carbon, right?
It's into it, right?
If you make anything hot enough, you can burn it. So yes.
Given its carbon nature.
I don't personally know. I'd have to look into the details of like where that flashpoint is, but I would assume that you could burn it at some level.
UNC had proposed pellets that had PFAS in them, so yeah.
And the argument, the guy who came in here was saying if it gets hot enough, it can actually destruct it.
I was gonna hold this question until we talked about biosolids, but you just brought up the compost thing, but doesn't PFAS go into the plant and fruits and vegetables that are grown from them?
I think there's a lot of science happening on the uptake of PFAS right now. So I'm not the expert on that, and that might get explored in our next conversation in December, but it's definitely in the compost.
Mm-hmm.
Clearly, it's in the fish.
In the fish.
Fish food?
But it could be different. I mean, if it's concentrated in fat or, things like that, it would be different than concentrating in a tomato, for example.
Of course.
So.
Understand.
Pedro?
Just thinking about the burning of the PFAS, also that would create, if it's not done in a close area, that probably will throw it back to the air. And I don't know if we solve anything. So maybe it has to be done in a special way.
I'm curious about, you talked about having flexibility in the system to be able to adapt to new technologies. It's kind of a theoretical question, but have you anticipated, have you gotten there yet?
No, we haven't gotten there yet, and I could look to our consultants if you would like a more technical.
No, I just
Okay.
was curious if you'd gotten there yet. And
Sure.
it sounds like no, that's for tomorrow.
Yeah, we wanted to understand where the board wanted to go with long-term plans before we really got it into detailed design.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else? Oh, sorry.
As a comment, if we are a utility that cares about communities and that cares about the environment, we probably should not be exporting a bunch of PFAS-laden biosolids, or not biosolids, PFAS-laden PAC somewhere else. I think we can just agree on that. Can we just agree on that? Yes or no?
I agree with you.
Yeah. So we can, I think we can just move away from PAC, right?
What did you say? I'm sorry.
We can just move away from PAC, right?
In the short term, I feel like we need a stopgap or an interim.
So what's the short term?
Yes.
Define short term.
It's 2 years at least, right, before a GAC facility would be up and running.
We would need that time for design and then probably even some more time for construction.
And I think the consumer reporting is set to begin in 2027 is what I saw, so.
So if the original deadline holds in 2029, we will have to start doing quarterly sampling in the spring of 2028 for them to ask, for the EPA to ascertain what our monitoring schedule will look like and what our risks are. And then if it gets moved out to April of 2031, then it scoots us back 4 quarters ahead of that is when our sampling starts for them to ascertain the risk and the type of monitoring that we'll be asked to do is in order to have compliance.
I would like to know why you would, in going on an earlier statement or question, why would you exclude parking from the site planning? You asked for the discussion for that was dependent upon project sequence and et cetera at the December meeting. So why would you exclude parking?
Well, we as staff felt like we couldn't exclude parking from the updated treatment alternatives analysis that's shown here because we needed to recognize and acknowledge all of the conversations that we'd had.
It's excluding parking.
Oh, for next steps. I'm sorry.
So I specifically requested that because I did not want to, so that would be in December during the holidays. And so if people had questions about parking, they could show up and talk about it in January.
But the decision is, she's asking for a decision in December.
A decision or discussion about.
Project sequencing, it says here, the following discussion scheduled for December 11th to exclude parking.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so this was our plan at following the workshop, was to kind of work through these various design parameters, which is kind of, we're wrapping that up tonight. We're trying to. And then there were other questions that were asked at the workshop. One was about this sequencing question, which is kind of getting to what Karen was talking about. How long is it before, how long can we use PAC before we implement GAC? And they were, looking at evaluating various scenarios as to what that might look at like. So that's what that project sequencing item is. There were also several site plan modifications that were suggested by the board at the workshop, the stacking of the GAC facility on top of the clear well and moving the GAC facility to the site of the existing clear well. So we had a couple of site plan options and we wanted to, if we got to a place tonight where we could agree that GAC is the long-term solution, we could start looking at some alternatives as far as sequencing is concerned. However, if PAC is the long-term solution, it's kind of a moot point. There's no sequencing needed. And then the site planning is we kind of wanted to work through with the board, just have a conversation about, we heard those two potential site plans. Are there any other options that the board's interested in? But we wouldn't get into parking. It's more about where to place these facilities on the site, and then that, those scenarios will have differing impacts on parking, and that would be something we'd have a later conversation about. So that was kind of our outlook on this. But of course, we were flexible with whatever the board wants, how the board wants to proceed.
So I guess my comment would be, if you want to exclude parking, so why don't we just wait and talk about site planning when we talk about parking in January? Why talk about it without talking about parking? I mean, is that what your goal was when you said exclude, Jocelyn, when you talked about excluding parking discussion? Because I don't know how you talk about one without the other.
Well, maybe in December we can just get all the various site plan options out on the table so we can be prepared to provide that information to you all in January. Maybe it's just a simple.
How do you do that without talking about parking?
We're
I'm just
saying what's
asking
possible
a question.
in December.
I'm just wanting to know what the board would like to see as far as site plan alternatives. We've heard about stacked facility, we've heard about moving the GAC facility to another location. So all of those have differing impacts on parking, but I think it's also, there's cost implications to doing those as well as schedule implications.
So just keying in on that, the conversation we're having, it just strikes me that the takeaway is that PAC is not going to be a long-term solution. Would that be a consensus?
I mean, my question is ultimately, in talking about PAC and the drawbacks of PAC, is what are the options for actual PFAS disposal?
Right.
And what could be combined with that, right?
Right.
I mean, right now it's like you build a $100 million plant or you don't, and if you don't, is there still a way to get rid of PFAS without building a $100 million plant? That seems like where we are.
Yeah. Yeah, but I did not infer that tonight's discussion would involve site planning considerations. And it just strikes me that your suggestion to pushing that into December or even January is going to be more appropriate. And And I don't know how, as Elmira's saying, we can exclude parking. I mean, parking has got to be part of the site plan design. So I don't know that we're there yet, and, at all.
I was just going by what the next steps were according to on page 202, which says talk about it in December. I mean, I'm for the GAC, so I will just say that straight up because of what the science that was laid out in the recommendations and all of the disposal of the packet, what you can do with GAC and all of that. I think they made a good scientific case for going with the GAC, but if you want to do PAC, you know, that's something I guess they're looking for direction from the board. But I think the argument here and the comparisons here were compelling for me to go with the GAC. My only concern here was as far as the project sequencing was that they are looking for direction in December to talk about it without talking about the parking. And I just don't think we should talk about project sequencing without ever talking about parking. I don't think we should separate the two because I think that during the discussions that we had and the alternatives that were presented for locating the clear well and the various things on this site, parking was a major concern for the community. And I do not want to exclude the community of Carrboro in our discussions about parking.
Gotcha. But, you know, I think coming back to that conversation that we've had previously about stacking or locating the clear well on the other side of the campus, you know, I think those are still topical. And I don't know, you know, I can kind of sense that your leadership is in a position where you'd like to start to understand more about the board's disposition on the site plan. But I'm thinking that it's probably not tonight.
No, absolutely, we do not want to get into that conversation tonight. Tonight, what we would like to know is what is the board's feeling as far as our long-term PFAS treatment solution?
I would just echo again that I would like to respect kind of the timeline of continuing the experimentation and updating the weighting so that we do have an actual decision analysis that's well informed by all of the information that's still being collected.
And on that, I feel like we're being, I mean, we have gotten more information tonight in terms of a different approach to it, but I just don't feel like we're any further along in our information right now than we were 2 months ago, or 3 months ago, when we were told, well, this is the only this is the solution, don't you agree? Or, you know, I feel like we're in a different place right now, and I agree that we don't want to ship pack onto other communities, but we also don't have, I feel like asking for direction on that tonight is premature. And I'm not sure what's needed to get there to the decision, but it feels like tonight we don't have significantly different information than we had the last time we were told this was the best decision.
At the word of the board?
That's just my
Look
opinion.
around the table. I mean, I concur, Elmira.
I don't agree with that. I think we got a lot more information tonight on the difference between PAC and GAC. And the comparative analysis in the communities surrounding us and what they use based upon population and what we do. I think they did a good job in providing the differences between the two, whether we like it or not, or accept it or not, but I think the information's here. At least that's the way I read it.
Could we ask the staff how long it would take to finish up the experimentation that you're doing and understand seasonality a little better?
So we are embarking right now on adding some additional testing in to start assessing the colder water that we're having right now at the full scale, looking at both the super pulsator train as well as our conventional sedimentation side to see the impacts of viscosity on the settling and the absorption kinetics. So that's in the works. That's supposed to start in December. We're gearing up for that. We've got our sampling plan kind of in conversation right now. And then we're also working on trying to get the concentrated humic and fulvic acids that are represented in Cane Creek through the International Humic Substances Board. You can get concentrated components of your organics, so I can simulate like what a really high TOC event would look like at a bench scale. So we're in conversations with them right now, trying to see if we can get access to those. I do not anticipate that we will have completed all of this bench and full-scale work. I honestly don't have a timeline. We're chunking away at it piecemeal as we continue to have conversations with one of the pack vendors that looked really promising. We're trying to work with them on pricing. That could take a while. If we want to try and then do a full scale, we have to then run through our existing carbon and get them to give us a full scale load. So there's a lot of moving pieces and parts. I don't have a great timeline. What we were thinking was we were just going to keep moving and keep trying things, and
Like 6 to 12 months, is that?
I would say on the short end, yeah. It could be longer than that.
Todd? Anything? See, I think your question was astute, and that is, you know, given the fact that we are generating this, how many truckloads, 3 truckloads a week? 20?
So typically, on average, it's 3 truckloads a week that have somewhere between 20 to 25 tons of solids in them.
Each truckload?
Each truckload.
And, you know, that's an astute question about, in as much as circular might prevent us from putting that in a landfill, you know, what's another disposal method? And
Classification.
yeah, and then I'm also thinking that, you know, in as much as time is moving on, yes, I understand the need to kind of hone in on the site design and processes. And I think, as Omira said, we've been given a lot more information, but I still think it's just a little bit premature to expect the board to say, yeah, you know, that's the technology that we think we should start designing on.
So it seems to me like you have this matrix of the different options. It's kind of like there's 2. So like, let's take those 2. And I guess my question is, for PAC, what are the actual destruction options that exist? I know there's the EPA challenge on how do you destroy PFAS, but we're gonna have to do it eventually with the wastewater plant. So like, it's basically just gonna modify the kind of the operational costs.
Yeah. Yeah, so like Allison said, we are, as we're working through what our potential options are for other disposal methods for the biosolids, we are looking at how those could apply to the water treatment plant solids. And right now, incineration is, you know, the only one that really comes to mind. And one of the things that our consultants are researching is where are the closest incineration facilities, what it would take to be able to get to those. So that would certainly be a part of that analysis.
It's also, I mean, the option will be to take it to a hazardous waste facility, which will be extremely high cost.
So that's like what I'm interested in, is how much would that cost?
Well,
I mean, we're not gonna be able to put it anywhere, I mean, so.
Yeah.
Which is why staff is urging you to consider the PAC facility.
Well, I guess my response to that is, but what about we're gonna have the exact same issue with the wastewater down the road. So we put $100 million into the GAC facility and then we have this exact same problem in a couple of years.
Yeah, you've got both issues to deal with.
Yeah. That's why I'm.
I don't have that answer for you. That's something that we're going to be bringing back in December to talk about some more.
Majority source to the wastewater is the drinking water, so we got
Pedro
that.
Slide's
I'm
been
sorry,
on for
can
a
you say,
while.
Excuse me?
Pedro Slide's been on for a while.
Thank you.
oh,
Thank you.
thank you, Pedro.
Thank you. I was wondering, is there a regulation that forbids disposal the PAC products in a landfill already? Or do we know of any forbidden?
No, there's no current regulations now. One of the things that Allison had talked about in the beginning of hers is just there's some pending regulations that may impact that. The other things that we've been considering as we consider our options for disposal of PAC, the regulatory environment, they're also looking at facilities like landfills that are accepting PAC, and then how does that impact their landfill leachate, and then that being returned to the environment. So there are wastewater landfills now that are putting treatment on their actual landfill leachate to be able to reduce that. The other thing is like with the composting, they're monitoring for PFAS as well. So one of the strategies for reducing concentrations in our wastewater is to go out and look at where are the sources of PFAS coming. It would be the same thing for like a landfill or a composting facility. If they want to reduce the concentrations of what's coming into their facilities that's ending in their product, they'll go out to find what the sources are and then limit those sources from coming into their facilities. So one of the concerns for us are, because the PAC is laden with PFAS, is there a point where the composting facility and landfills say we can't take it anymore? We don't have the capacity to take it.
Now, the other question that I have, like those sites, like in deserts where there is extremely dry areas where they could probably have a place to start, would it be feasible for us to send this material or not?
Send it
to a specific, special areas where there is no humidity, like dry. Is there certain areas of our land that, I mean, in other states, I know in North Carolina it's pretty wet, but like in areas where there is desert, would it be feasible economically, or is there such a facility or place like that?
Could I offer a suggestion to let the staff explore all those options a little bit more instead of prolonging the conversation tonight?
Sure.
Are you okay with that?
Yes, I'm okay.
Okay.
As long as we explore different options.
I was wondering, why don't we just put it back in the Orange County landfill, which is the biggest source of our wastewater PFAS anyway, so.
Well, we'll have some information about that for you next month. It's not as much as we thought it was.
Oh, okay, interesting.
And I don't think they accept that type of product over there.
It was in jest. I was just trying to think if that's where we're having to treat it from anyway, then let's just have a circular loop on it, but it was somewhat in jest.
So could we conclude that it's the will of the board to continue this conversation in December?
Okay.
Okay.
So one of the
Any information that we can bring back, because we've pretty much given you what we have.
I think, my takeaway is some of the information that Todd has asked for, and just, alternatives to what we can do with the PAC sludge solids in the meantime.
Yeah, so in December, what we'll be presenting to you is that evaluation timeline. That evaluation is going to take, I think it was until the middle of February, is that the timeline? So we won't have answers to that. So we're going to include the water treatment plant solids in the evaluation of disposal options. We won't have an answer to that until probably mid-February. But we can present in December what the timeline is to be able to have that answer. The other thing I heard tonight was the weighting, that we wanted to have, that you all wanted to have some input on the weighting. We could probably bring that back in December and go through some facilitated board discussion with the weighting of those. That's the will of the board.
Board? See some nods, yes.
I have an informational question, and I don't mean to pull us back on this, but the concentration of PFAS how does the concentration of the PFAS in the PAC, in the spent PAC, compare with the PFAS concentration in the sludge?
The wastewater sludge?
Yeah.
Significantly higher in the water treatment plant solids.
Significantly higher in the water treatment plant solids than in the GAC solids that are.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, I thought you meant the biosolids solids.
Well, I'm trying to understand the relative toxicity of the spent GAC that has just filtered PFAS out of our water system.
Yeah.
And compared to the toxicity of the biosolids that are coming out of our wastewater treatment plant?
Yeah, so I would expect that the same amount of PFAS would be captured within the PAC as well as what's being captured in the GAC. I think the big difference is with the with the GAC, that's not what you're saying.
Sorry, I'm still not, I don't think I'm asking the question
Okay,
right.
I'm sorry.
Okay, no, it's me. So right now, the PAC the spent powder activated carbon that we have. So
Yes.
we've used it to
Yes.
filter out our
Yes,
PFAS.
yes.
Okay, I'm curious how the concentration of the PFAS in that spent material,
Mhm.
how that compares with the concentration of PFAS in our wastewater biosolids.
Okay, yes, it is higher in the PAC,
Okay.
yes.
Is it?
We can bring that back to you in December.
I think that information would be interesting, if not helpful, because if they are, if they're even close to each other, then we really are just gonna spend $100 million and then have the same problem later. It would be interesting to know how those compare to each other.
Yeah, we can bring that back.
Whether one is an exponent of the other.
And piggybacking on that, does the use of the PAC change the concentration in the biosolids? Are we resolving that problem in any way by taking it out of the water stream?
Oh, good question. Yeah, so that is part of the evaluation that we're, on the wastewater side is by reducing it in the drinking water, therefore how much does it reduce it in the wastewater? Yeah,
That's a
yeah.
great question.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, it hasn't been as significant as we thought. We've been monitoring that. It hasn't been as significant as we thought, but there is some reduction. But we will bring that back in December.
It also strikes me, bearing on the questions from over there, that not only are the concentrations, not only do we want to know the difference in the concentrations, but I think the mass amount also. Where you've got 24 tons.
Oh, reduction, yeah.
Yeah, coming out of the water plant, how many tons do we have coming out of the wastewater plant? And then, to Jocelyn's point, why would we continue disposing of PAC from the water treatment plant, knowing what we know? But then the same thing is true with, I think, land application of solids also. So, there's kind of a whole nest of questions there.
Yeah.
Don't envy you all sorting those out.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Are we more concerned about the drinking water or the wastewater? And I'm just throwing it out. Go ahead with your question.
After hearing everything, I'm just thinking whether if by us treating the PFAS and PFOS, now will it be necessary to come up with like an incineration room for that waste instead of, my question is to the board, whether if this would be something that we would be able to consider based on the amount of waste that we could throw back to the environment, or we could probably destroy it on site and don't have to worry about it. And also take into account that everything that we do, whether if we ship it to a different place, that's gonna incur in a cost. So we could also think about investing that money into making something that is gonna be here for us for a long period of time, because it's a cycle that we will never beat if we don't think about. But this is something to the board to consider.
Well, I think it needs to come from the staff first, and I think Monica's making some notes.
Thank you.
All right. I propose we conclude the conversation on this and move on to the next item.
I second that.
Thank you.
Yeah, 5-minute break.
5-minute break. It's 9 o'clock. We'll resume at 9:06.
I gotta watch football.
Yeah.
The football game is on. I'm just kidding.
Oh, I know. See, the question I asked.
Yeah, we basically just
The first
move it
question
to a different place.
board meeting, treating it as a source kind of private property. I know the plants take stuff, but I remember this letter, this is this land from those.
I think you're right, we need to.
Plant forest. Yeah. Like all the people. There's a concrete reservoir. If you're older. Anyway.
I don't feel like I did a good job communicating.
I think that's that.
Could be.
If you can do it, and if you can do it.
Is that late?
Thank you, Mara.
I was gonna show about the bed thing. I was showing her the pictures. In my house, this was what's gonna get my grandson.
Well, a lot of that mass, I mean, the mass is just the carbon.
So, I mean, we've doubled things for
Attic, because, you know, the levelers in your house, I mean, they line up and they have their babies there and they're on the bottom row. And you can't kill them because the exterminator said it's the best.
I love the picture, and I see that picture sent to me all the time, and you do exactly everything right. You've got the screen so they don't actually get inside to the attic. They love the louvers.
Yeah, they love the louvers. They line up on the louvers.
Right?
They can get into a quarter inch hole if they need to, some of them.
And they come up, they're there, all of these animals are in my neighborhood. Deer, everything, salamanders, I'm blowing out of my garage with my leaf blower. I'm not gonna kill them, and the snakes is the same way, you know, the garden snakes. And the turtles, pick them up and move them. My dog runs up to them, tries to sniff them and trying to see what they are, so we just move them, pick them up, move them out the way.
Usually all it takes is just making sure you've got your structure sealed properly so they can't make their way inside. Usually.
But that's different, because the power plant
They don't
is
get into the attic,
CO2.
they just sit there.
They're
And
gonna get
I planted my peach tree, and these pictures were before I planted my peach tree. And my neighbor said, the bats are
Power
coming.
plant, that's the main thing.
I said, it's the weed you smoking that the bats like.
Well, she's worried about those.
That's what I told her, that's why, I said, you didn't have bats before your kids got smoking weed in the attic.
If she's in her structure, there's probably open upstairs for whatever reason, and they will find their way in, whether it's a missing broken screen, they can they'll crawl in this one, they can't get inside. And like you said, if they're this easy to do is just take them outside. All of our bats are protected in the state regular.
Yeah, I know that's what the guy
Right,
does.
but there's ways you can exclude them from and basically outside of the tourist cities that they're having their babies, they can't fly yet. Outside of that particular season, they can do an exclusionary device, which is basically a one-way outside too, but when we out, that's fly out, but they can't fly back in. But you don't want to do that where they fly out.
Yep.
They still support it. Yeah, and I
If we had to have all on-site parking in order to.
Well, I think.
I can tell you.
Professor of Letting, Sustainability, Department Chair, you went to.
They're not coming inside, as long as my screen is attached.
I wanna have volatile eyes.
It's 9:06. Hostess for the hostess photo right now. Keeping us on task.
Make pencils
Oh, yeah, call me anytime and I'll be up. Send me that picture if you want. Look at that. That's a great shot.
Mechanical pencil.
Thank you,
That is great.
appreciate that.
So, discussion item number 4, resuming our meeting, is an overview of the reimbursement policy for system development projects. Vishnu is going to provide a 20-minute or less presentation.
Thanks. So Vishnu Gangadharan, Director of Engineering, and yes, this will be considerably less than 20 minutes. At the September and October meetings, we have been discussing staff's action plan for responding to the feedback that we got from the development community. One key item in there was the development of a revised reimbursement policy or mechanism, and our staff's plan was to present that to the board in December. We thought that it would make sense to check in with the board tonight for some initial discussion before we get further on that draft for a couple of reasons. One, the board chair did suggest that we get it on the agenda, and staff did agree that it made sense to do so. Some of the discussion at the October meeting appeared to consider the potential for expanding the scope of that reimbursement beyond what staff had initially envisioned. And then furthermore, there were some foundational items that I went through in a presentation in March that were relevant to this discussion, and some of the board members were not present at that time. This gives us a chance to refresh some of that kind of foundational information. We do know this is a complex topic with potentially far-reaching ramifications, and we'd like to check in with the board tonight. Staff envisions that it might take a few touch points with the board before we get to a final policy revision, and we'd like to start that discussion tonight. So we'd like to keep the goal for tonight fairly accessible. We don't want to be too ambitious with this. We initially had a lot of questions that thank you so much. Initially had a lot of questions that we threw out for discussion in the agenda item. But we're not going to go through a comprehensive airing of this topic, or we're not intending to write policy here or get into all the different permutations and scenarios that may come up in a reimbursement situation. Really, if we can walk away from tonight's discussion with some clarity on the board's intention behind a policy, what is it that the board would like the policy to accomplish? That will be very useful to staff as we kind of finalize what kind of mechanism we're talking about. We don't think this is something that needs to be reflected in a motion tonight. That intention or intentions can be something that will be part of the preamble to whatever policy we end up with. I've listed a few there that might be considered, the board might be thinking about as we go through this discussion. From staff's standpoint, I will say that that first bullet point and then that second to last are kind of where we were what generated our thoughts on this, and we wanted to see if we could more equitably distribute the cost of main extensions to benefiting parties, and of course be responsive to the feedback that we got from the development community. So tonight, to get to the discussion part, I'm just going to take a few minutes to go through some key definitions, and I'll do that in a kind of visual schematic sort of way, and talk about those two foundational principles that I mentioned in the write-up. So make sure we're kind of talking about the same thing. And then I'll turn it over for discussion. So I want to get to definitions. I really want to define extensions of the system, what it means when we're talking about system extension, how do our systems grow, and we'll talk about sewer extensions because this is where most of the nuance and the challenge in reimbursement policy arises. So we're going to look at this schematic, and if you can pardon kind of the jankiness of those property lines, that's kind of unimportant to the discussion. What is important is that we're considering the green as existing sewer system, and we're assuming that all of these properties are served by that existing sewer system and collected in there and flowing off to the right. When we consider unserved properties that are going to be developed and connecting into our system, and a system extension is needed if the property is not adjacent to our current system. So if we look at a property such as A, there you've got sewer along with frontage, that's considered adjacent. There's no extension needed for property A to get service. They would have to pay what's known as a system development fee, which is intended to cover what we call the cost of capacity. It's essentially the cost of tying into our system. And then they would need to install a private service connection to the public main. a property, hypothetically, hypothetical property B has no sewer along its frontage, even though there's sewer nearby. In order to support the orderly development of the system, we require that property B would install a public main extension. These are typically expensive. They're costly items in the overall scheme of a development project. And then if you further complexify that, if the property wanting to be developed is further from the system, and again, this could be a subdivision, a single-family property, commercial, it doesn't matter. The answer is the same. Extension would be required, and for longer system extensions, you're talking, these could be millions of dollars in investment. And then in this case, where it's not, where there's more distance between the developed property and the existing system, you have the scenario where other properties, once that extension is built, may benefit from that system extension at no cost to them. And I'm just going to mention, I won't get into other, like I said, there are a lot of different scenarios that we can, and I think we will talk about as we advance this discussion in future meetings. But one other wrinkle I will say here is if we direct property C to upsize that extension because that's needed to handle the additional flows from future parties, then there is a mechanism currently out there that we have. Our current policy does handle reimbursement under that scenario. So that is the concept of extensions as applied to the sewer system, and I'm going to return to this in a minute. But now I want to go to the foundational principles that I talk about in the write-up. In our purchase and sale agreement, there are two things that we're talking about. One, OWASA, the organization needs to provide for capacity as needed to meet the planned growth of the towns, county, UNC. In this case, when I say OWASA will provide for that, that is existing OWASA ratepayers provide for that, and that is the development of our capital improvements program that accounts for that, our master planning for our collection system, our distribution system, our treatment systems. We're looking at the long-term projections and ensuring that our backbone infrastructure has that capacity available. The second principle at play here is this clause that extensions will be paid for by benefiting parties. And I'm highlighting what's actually in sale and purchase agreement language to highlight that it says, to the extent possible, ultimate cost of extension will be borne by parties benefiting from that extension. And it's that to the extent possible that is, the thing that we're trying to work with in development of a revised policy. So going back to this schematic here, that principle number one is, like I said, that principle number one, we're providing for capacity in the backbone of the system. If we think of the kind of the larger sewer mains, the capacity of the treatment plant, our obligation through our CIP to provide for that capacity for the planned growth, and then the extensions of the system being paid for by the benefiting parties. So again, what I'm hoping to stimulate tonight for discussion is really underlying objective of the board. What is it that we're trying to accomplish? As I mentioned in the write-up, staff has already started to draft this with the idea that our attempt is to more equitably distribute the cost of main extensions to benefiting parties. But we'd like to take this time to check in on the board's intent. And I think with that, I'd like to turn it over to the board chair for
thank you.
Discussion.
First thing I need to do is ask if there's any questions from the public. Hearing none.
Could you please leave the bullets? Thank you.
And Vishnu, I wanted to say that was a great presentation. Thank you.
Thanks.
Appreciate it. To the board. Karen.
Can we go 2 or 3 on before me?
Elmira.
Oh, so, okay, thank you so much for recognizing my.
Miss Elmira,
I have several questions. What's wrong with the existing policy? Is one, that's rhetorical. How do you pass the cost on if you change? What's the compelling reason for the change? Why wouldn't the growth pay for growth?
Okay, so
Why are you proposing to change the policy? Just
so I think
know
it's okay, so property C needs to,
that's a scenario, but just talk to me about why wouldn't growth pay for growth?
I think it's still trying to adhere to growth pays for growth. It is that there are other benefiting parties who are not paying into the cost of that extension. And what happens is that it becomes infeasible for properties to construct that extension.
Who are the other benefiting parties?
Well, it could be in this case, in this particular scenario, other benefiting parties for that sewer line would be the yellow properties that then connect to that extension.
Oh, okay, later on.
Yeah.
So by paying their water bill and sewer bill, they wouldn't be paying.
That doesn't.
Well, you don't assess them, you don't go back and assess them, which is part of what you were saying before, is you assess people that add to the service. They go back, you recoup your cost from people when they add to the service. You wouldn't do that anymore?
Elmira, I think that the point is to reimburse the private party who has built the line.
I understand that, but I'm asking him about the ratepayers who paid the money to begin with, who weren't using the services. Where are they getting the money to put it in? You're getting the money, the budget comes from what? The overall OWASA budget comes from?
From the ratepayers, from the overall ratepayers, yep.
So how do they get reimbursed for having advanced the money? That's the point I'm making.
They didn't
I know
advance
they
the money.
didn't because it's in the budget.
No.
And every month that a ratepayer pays, and you accumulate the budget, when you increase rates 7.9%, 5%, or whatever you increase, and the money goes to the budget, and on your financial statement, when you don't spend all the money, you budget things for SIP and all of that, where is that money coming from?
Yeah, so.
if I could just interject.
Well, I'm trying to ask a question, but they won't let me ask the question. I want him to answer my question if he can.
I also want him to answer the question, but let me just say that my takeaway from listening to you frame your question is that OWASA is paying for the extension. In this instance, OWASA is not paying for the extension, a third party is.
Third party is building the housing, and they are charging the people for the houses that they build. And so they are not gonna charge the people for their costs when they sell their property for the construction.
Okay, then let's let Vishnu answer the question.
So, as I understand the question, where is the money coming from so that there are different ways that we can handle that. And that's a little bit of what, if we can get some clarity on that. So what I will tell you is, in this case here, this is the current policy for excess capacity. What happens is that we collect a surcharge from the properties in yellow. And as those properties tie on, we take that surcharge money and that's the reimbursement. Okay. And that's got certain caps on it, but at a fundamental level, what is the will of the board in terms of how would this reimbursement function? I think that's something that we can handle a number of different ways, and it'd be useful to have board input on that tonight.
Before we change, Elmira.
That's it. I'm done.
Are you good?
No, but I'm done.
Okay. Let's go.
Yes.
In this direction.
I like the old policy because that way we don't force the ratepayers to pay more for the immediate services when they don't need that section being done. It's been created, and if we adopt any change, it would be forcing all the customers to pay more for something that they will not get anything back to them. So in a sense, we're paying for their service. everybody that is a customer will be paying for that service. So I'm not in favor for a change because, for that reason. And if we say that we can make it happen and let's say OWASA borrows the money to do that project, it will also incur in a rate change, and that will be more debt to OWASA.
So
Even if we recover that money, it would be hard to recover everything, so.
I haven't heard anything that would suggest that OWASA is gonna pay for it.
No, but I'm saying, if we were gonna develop something like that, where
Well,
OWASA,
that's not what's being proposed.
What does town make a request for OWASA to consider a reimbursement mechanism for the
That's-
investment? What does that mean?
I'd like to continue to go around the table. We'll come back to that, okay?
Can you help me understand how in this scenario where property owner C builds the pipe that's colored red there, how are OWASA ratepayers paying more if property owner C builds that pipeline?
In this scenario, they are not for sewer.
Okay.
So I haven't got to the water side. Water side is different because it's difficult to identify benefiting parties in a looped system. And so the way the policy is written, the OWASA customer base does pay for that, that additional upsize, yeah.
Okay, because I'm confused by my colleagues here, by their assertion that in this scenario, OWASA ratepayers are paying a higher rate because we've allowed C to build that pipe, or if we create a policy in which C is reimbursed by the yellow people as they come online, or the yellow lots. And I am just trying to understand how it is that is creating a burden for existing OWASA ratepayers.
Yeah, and again, for the sewer, in the case of an upsize and using that excess capacity credit, it is not the OWASA customer base. It is a surcharge that's placed on those future benefiting parties. I think what's important is to know if it's the intention of the board to not burden the full customer base, we can ensure our mechanism is trying to meet that intention. And, like I said, there's differences in how you do that with water versus sewer.
Well, and I think that this is a very, pardon me, linear example.
Sure.
That in real life, particularly right now in the southern area, OWASA is going to have more sewer to maintain because we didn't have a system wherein reimbursement was necessary, or was a possibility. So this one is a very simplified thing. But I would say that in this scenario, that, I don't know how to answer your question, other than to say I don't see anything wrong with the scenario. In creating an actual mechanism in which the benefiting parties in with the yellow lines reimburse C for their infrastructure investment.
He only addressed sewer, then why didn't he address water and sewer? Why didn't you just say this was a sewer presentation?
Excuse me, can we go on to Karen, please? Come back.
Well, she challenged what we said, so I thought I would respond to it.
No, let's go on to Karen, please.
Right. I wanted to ask about the motivation of the developers to put in excess capacity. Is it purely a financial gain, or what?
They don't have any
It's required by
incentive to put in
Zero
excess,
motivation.
yeah.
Okay, so why is it happening then? I guess.
It's because for future orderly development of the system, if we need to direct a developer to construct a larger main than they would ordinarily need, we have done that.
Okay, so OWASA is telling them, and is that because it's in line with the town's master plan?
It's in line with what we think is needed. So this has come up only a handful of times, really, where where this particular excess capacity situation has arisen. But, you know, it initially came, or one of the times I mentioned in there that the town was building something distant from the current systems, and extensions had to be built. We required them to oversize those lines, and that's what resulted in the current policy that we have right now.
Because based on the land use around it, you see
Yeah, oh, yeah.
zoning where
Yes.
foreseeably in the next 10 years, more growth could occur.
Yep.
Okay.
And would need that extra capacity.
Karen, you good? Todd?
So, I don't think you've done yourself any favors by lumping all of these different issues together. I think that's what people are getting confused about. I think that this issue should probably be spread over a couple of different meetings. So the way I see it, there's three issues, right? First is the reserving capacity and the capacity analysis issue. The second is the master planning and the land condemnation. I mean, that's totally related to that. And then the third is this kind of scenario. And it occurs to me that, like, this is a handful of situations in the past, but one of the things we're forgetting is that last slide, right? Like, how do you reduce barriers to creating housing in this area? So lowering barriers to development. And it occurs to me that it seems like, one, I'm kind of blown away that there is no master plan for developing areas. I mean, it seems like that should be priority number one for OWASA moving forward. Especially if we're expecting, I mean, you're just gonna get this mishmash. It's like of sewer lines. I mean, you're asking developers to build them, and essentially even the condemnation issue. Like, I'm just surprised to hear that that's even expected.
Yeah, so what's happening in the southern area is so much different than the other types of unserved areas that we have in the system, which are much smaller. And we've generally got an idea of what, you know, in those smaller areas, what the ultimate layout of an ideal sewer should be. It's not to the extent that we're talking about in the southern area. And we've done a study, and it was many decades ago, of these various, you know, pockets of unserved areas and what the ultimate layout would be. So we've got blueprints for those areas, and
Great.
Yeah, and that's what staff uses as developments come in to inform those discussions. And sometimes it doesn't, you know, things don't
It
always.
seems like those should be more public. Those should be like forward facing. Right, if you've got blueprints about where major infrastructure can and should go in the future.
Yeah, these are probably smaller than you're thinking. Again, it's not the same scale as that we're talking about with the study that we're undergoing right now for the southern area.
So, I think that's first and foremost. I mean, this kind of like you know, the role in master planning. I think that's absolutely key. But what I think the other issue that we were just talking about is, it's not so much if growth pays for growth, it's how growth pays for growth. So what I am confused about is, why can't we differentially bill customers that are, for example, if you go back to the slide with Site C. So we're asking a developer to front lots and lots of money for this oversized line, essentially.
Well, for any line.
Or for any line. Why doesn't OWASA pay for the line and then bill the customer for that over time? So everyone that lives at C basically has a surcharge on their water bill, or whatever arrangement you wanted to set up, such that effectively the people living in C or the businesses in C are paying for that development, and that gets diluted over time when all the yellow things are built.
So could I offer to that?
Sure.
That would be the outcome of us giving them direction to start to sort out alternatives.
Right, I'm just wondering, like, is that an option, right? Because it seems to me like it's like somebody pays for everything all at once, upfront, at enormous cost, or you take out the money, which OWASA can borrow money fairly cheaply, and then that gets paid over time, but not by the entire ratepayer system, just specifically by those people. It's the same issue as if you wanted to connect a neighborhood that is currently unserved. For example, my neighborhood, half of it is not served for sewer. So in order for people to get service, they have to basically front $20,000, $30,000 to get service put in, rather than OWASA borrowing the money to put in those lines and they basically paying off that, that loan.
Yeah, so there is an existing assessment policy that covers that sort of scenario.
So I guess, has it been looked at to use the assessment structure for this type of problem?
It's not something that we've looked at recently. It's something we certainly could and see what.
On occasions in the past, when the local governments have asked about that, in fact, if you look at the March 23rd, 2005 letter from Ed Kerwin, he makes the point, among others, that the assessment process is available to the towns as well as to OWASA. So that's something that's been suggested before, and for whatever reason, the towns have not chosen to do that. I'm not saying that's a bad decision. I understand why. The other point I'd like to make, though, is that, your suggestion that OWASA ought to at least consider paying for the cost of that extension all the way out to the end of Lot C, and just let OWASA borrow the money and pay it off and get it back, and the intervening lots connect.
Well, it's actually
OWASA is the ratepayer. The ratepayers are OWASA. That's who OWASA is. The money that would be used to pay for that extension would be ratepayers' money in the meantime.
What I'm saying is, you take out the loan, borrow the money, and that payment on the money is paid for by C. Now, when D and E and F eventually move in, those payments get diluted among D and E and F and C. So it's like an assessment. It's effectively an assessment.
Like a special hookup fee or something?
Yeah, so the number of people that are on this assessment is growing over time. So each one is paying less and less and less.
What happens if that timeline is over 20 years and the OWASA ratepayers have to make those debt payments for 20 years, expecting to recoup? All of those aren't going to happen like you think, where it's just immediately they're going to connect on.
Well,
start paying into
it's not OWASA ratepayers, it's C.
If we borrow the money, OWASA ratepayers are obligated.
But you're essentially borrowing it as an assessment. So you're borrowing it on
Assuming
behalf
that they're going to pay it back.
I mean, how else would it work for an assessment if they don't pay it back?
Well, I think what they're saying is that OWASA's on the hook until those assessments start coming in, and then it becomes an OWASA gamble on it.
Can I intervene? And would it be okay if we moved on and come back? Thanks. Jocelyn?
I'm good.
You're good?
I'm good.
I want to come back to Myra.
I think that the policy as it stands is okay. I think we don't need a policy revision. That's my point.
I agree. I would rather keep it as it is. Even it may slow down the growth, but it will grow in a safe way where we wouldn't push the ratepayers too much. Because if we weren't doing the PFAS updating with the new system, I would be okay with more flexible policy toward that end. But because we're spending so much money on this other equipment, new equipment, I think that will harm the budget.
But again, we're not, there's a proposal for us not to spend any money at all. This is not about OWASA spending money.
This is
Right,
about
but
creating a
if we change,
mechanism.
if we change the mechanism, it's gonna affect the budget.
No, we don't have a mechanism right now for the yellow property owners to reimburse C for the cost that C, the money that C spends to build that red water line. We currently do not have a policy that allows the C to be reimbursed by the people, by the yellow lots, for C to be reimbursed for the thing that what he's asking us for is can the board provide direction about whether we would like to have a policy in which the private party who paid for a new water line to serve their thing is reimbursed by the private parties who benefited from the building of that line. And
Yes.
if that's the question, then yes, I think we should have a policy in which a private party who pays for a line is reimbursed by other private parties.
So let's then move on
That's
to.
not what he put in this background. The last sentence in this paragraph says, the town made a request for OWASA to consider a reimbursement mechanism for their investment of $50,000.
That's true.
So we are going to change all of what we've been doing for years and years and years just so they can get $50,000 back. And future investors who build can have the ratepayers pay for their investment in building. And then if you were a smart developer, you'd go as far out as you could, build a property, and OWASA would extend their sewer line, since we didn't talk about the water, and extend the line out, and ratepayers are gonna finance that, and then you can go back in and build housing or whatever, or businesses along the line that you stretch that property that we put in, the ratepayers paid for.
The ratepayers didn't pay for putting the line
The
in.
budget comes from the ratepayers. Where did you get the money from to put the line in?
Let's
see.
So that's I think you're missing is, it's literally C is paying for it. The question is, does C get paid?
But the policy is proposing that we do.
He's talking about the $50,000 planning fee. I mean, those things are bundled.
That's why there's three different issues that have all gotten
Well,
commingled.
it'll end up being the same, that he ends up paying for it and putting it in his SIP budget next time we see it.
I'd like to suggest a scenario where the next person besides C only have the potential of making one house versus.
We're not there tonight. Can we go to the next slide, please? Where we are tonight is these bullet points to give the staff guidance. Do we want to more equitably distribute the cost of main extensions to the parties benefiting from those?
Yes.
Number one. Number two.
Sorry.
Do we want to lower, no, it's okay. I'm looking for the group. To lower a barrier to the development.
Yeah.
Number three, to support planned growth of the towns and county.
Yes. As sound development, it depends what kind of development. To me, an affordable housing development is very different from mega mansions.
What is affordable housing? People keep throwing affordable housing, and I can't get anybody to explain to me what affordable housing is in this area.
It's more housing.
It's more housing.
That's beyond the scope of what we can do.
No, if you're gonna continue to use it as a policy objective, somebody ought to be able to say what affordable housing is, because I don't know that I could get anybody right now to tell me what affordable housing is in Orange County, in Chapel Hill or Carborough, because $80,000 is not affordable.
It's usually
I would ask the staff.
That's what I was told at a
I would
meeting.
ask the staff to help define.
Need to
what
take it off the
affordable
slide,
housing is.
because it's not true.
I would suggest striking affordable and just say more housing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or, yeah, I would, because I think Elmira brings up a good point. Big A affordable, little a affordable, how is it affordable? It's just planned growth.
$1 million is not affordable.
It's just the planned growth. It's not even our decision around.
Right.
It's the towns, yeah.
Okay. Last bullet, to be responsive to the development community's request.
I'm on something else.
I think it depends. I think there has to be a fair distribution of risk between what we ask OWASA to take on and what we ask the development community to take on.
Yeah, so, you know, this is all rooted in the fact that we need a plan for the orderly development of the system. And as Todd says, it doesn't, without that kind of plan, it's kind of helter-skelter, and developers will come in and put in piecemeal systems that support only their project. And that is a detriment to OWASA. It's a detriment to the orderly development of our service area.
So if we're going back to this only happens when OWASA tells them it needs to happen, and they're turning over the pipes to OWASA as soon as it's been constructed, is there a barrier then to OWASA purchasing that excess capacity right away? Because the developer may then leave the state, move on, close shop, they may never see that 10-year horizon. And then OWASA charging if there's other customers in the interim. Okay, I think there's a barrier.
You ask a great question. The answer is, that's such a great proposal, that's what OWASA does now. It already pays for excess capacity. If it asks a developer to put in a larger line in order to be able to serve the next people down the line, or the people in the intervening undeveloped area, if it asks for excess capacity, OWASA already reimburses the developer for the additional cost. That your materials make pretty clear that that's the existing OWASA policy. The question is whether to expand that policy so as to make it available not just with respect to excess capacity, but with respect to building lines like that line that goes all the way out past Lot C, which makes the yellow lots developable. Shouldn't the yellow lots have to, at some point, pay something back to whoever paid for the full extent of that red line? And one side of the argument is that, that seems fair. Why should those people get
it for free?
Benefit of service to their lots without having to pay anything? And the other argument is, we've done that before too. And we determined, if you look at the letter dated March 23rd, this is not something I made up. Historically, when OWASA has done that, it's paid out over the course of such a program $1 million, and less than $200,000 of that $1 million came back to the people who bought the individual lots. In other words, went into the developer's pro forma. I think it's the way it's been put in a previous meeting. And that's not necessarily evil, wrong, or bad. It's just a question of whether or not that's what the board wants to have happen. And so what the staff, speaking for the staff now, what the staff is asking you tonight is to say whether or not you agree with the motives for trying to share those costs, and would you like the staff to go out and continue to work on proposed revisions to its policy in order to accommodate that kind of reimbursement. And excuse me for making that long an explanation, but thank you for asking that question, because I think it gets right to the heart of the matter.
So to your point,
I needed to make a point.
I'll come back.
Mr. Chair.
So to your point, I also wanted to clarify that in this conversation we're having, there's been a commingling, and I think maybe Todd, you were on it, of reimbursement for excess capacity versus a plan for orderly development.
Yes, both those are important, certainly goals to be pursued.
Pedro.
And the way in which the assessment process, there's a statutory assessment process where OWASA can do an extension and then assess every benefiting party along that new line. The problem is that it is antique, it is not just ancient but unwieldy. The interest rates that can be charged to recover do not fully recover what the ratepayer is having to put out up front, because when you do an assessment project, OWASA pays for the project, then OWASA recovers the money by annual installments over a 10-year period. But that reimbursement has not reached 100% historically, and it's because of weaknesses in the statute.
That's what I'm interested in, is why can you go into further depth?
Yeah, some people, the assessment becomes a lien on the lot. So if there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, let's say 5 because it makes the math easy. Let's say there are 5 benefiting properties and the line costs $1 million. Everybody's assessment's going to be $200,000 for each lot. Now, and those numbers are not reality based; they're just arithmetic. That $100,000 assessment against each lot, or $200,000, I think it was, is then secured by a lien on each one of the benefiting lots for the period of time it takes to pay it off. Every time we've done an assessment project, we've ended up having, there's always been a necessity to try to foreclose on a lien because we're a mobile community. Many people who come to live here don't stay here for 10 years. If they've bought a property that has an assessment on it, they may be interested in paying or maybe not. We've had lawyers miss assessments when they do title searches. And so there's been a good deal of distress about the way the statute operates. And in particular, the result is that we do not recover 100% of those costs. So it's certainly true that if you do an assessment project, the ratepayer is going to bear some of the burden in the end. So it's not the developer's problem in fault.
Now, Pedro, you stop Pedro from asking this.
Pedro's got a question.
Speak.
I was gonna make that point that you're illustrating to us, that if those owners of those portions of land, they're poor people, and now they're forced to pay $200,000, but they don't have that. They only have one house, versus the C owner could put 300 houses there. He's getting his money, but the guy right there next to him, he's gonna have to sell his piece of land because we put something that he didn't ask for. Now we're forcing him to sell his land or wouldn't be able to use it because he's only able to do one thing. Probably that's not gonna be the case for those owners, but if we apply that rule to everywhere, I'm sure eventually it's gonna hit places like that and cases like that. So that was my concern over that.
But the
But I'm not-
reimbursement policy they are proposing to develop is not going to work that way.
No.
The statutory assessment project of necessity works that way.
But
But the
that's not what they're.
reimbursement policy doesn't have to work that way, and that's part of the reason they're working on it.
Okay.
Right,
Okay.
Just as far as planning goes, every town, city, whatever, they have land use plans, and before anybody's gonna build on any of those lots, they're gonna go through the town to get the permission. And they know what they have in terms of their long-range plan and what they want and where they want things to be built. So I don't think people are gonna willy-nilly just drop anything on any lot without going through the appropriate protocols for any town of Chapel Hill, Carver, or Hillsborough, or any other town around here. So you cannot assume that anybody's just gonna do anything without going through the town, and the towns have plans on what they wanna put where.
That's great.
I would like to call a question. How do individual board members feel about having a policy that allows a private party who builds infrastructure to be reimbursed by other benefiting private parties? Would you support a policy that allowed OWASA to have a policy that supports that reimbursement policy among private parties?
Isn't that a bullet on the left side?
I'm calling the question so that we stop this circular argument and we get on the record how we feel about that kind of a policy, so that then we can move on to other policy questions.
this is a matter of practice. can't call a question unless there is a question on the floor. That is a question by way of motion. The phrase to call a question means to end debate and to have a vote. So you have to have something to vote on. I think what you're asking is for each board member to state whether or not they favor sharing the cost of the
Can we have a
extension of
straw poll about whether you favor a policy in which,
Excuse me, I'm sorry, I didn't
a
understand
straw
what you said.
poll, a
what?
non-straw
Straw
poll,
poll, okay.
a straw poll to see who supports having a policy that allows a private party to be reimbursed by other private parties who benefit from infrastructure that the first private party created.
Raise of hands for the straw poll.
In favor? For private parties to reimburse other private parties. That's 5. Opposed? Okay, you got a 5-3 that these.
Means nothing, it's an opinion.
Right, it's just a poll to try to provide some guidance. Now, Mr. Chair, back to you for shaping debate.
I'm gonna come back to the last slide. Straw poll. How many people, bullet number 1, would support developing a policy to equitably distribute the cost of main extensions to the parties benefiting from those?
Can you, I'm sorry, I missed the, is it the first bullet?
Yes.
Talking about,
How is that different from what exists now?
What we have now speaks only to capacity, not orderly development. Are you okay, Pedro? Yes?
I need to explore it more. I'm not ready for that change.
Straw poll on bullet number 2. How many want to lower the barrier to development? Okay? Not all of us. How many support planned growth of the Townsend County? Everybody. How many support, we're gonna strike the word affordable out of bullet number 4. How many support the development of additional housing within our service area? Thank you. And bullet number, what is it, 5? To be responsive to the development community's request. Well, what does that mean?
Yeah.
I would say that we don't understand that. We heard the presentation a couple of weeks ago from, who was that? Who gave the presentation?
It was I think VP of Advocacy for Chamber.
Yeah, I think that was all about more than just being responsive to development community's request. But, you know, it's, their request embodied a lot of the other bullets.
Well, responsive means you just need to
say yes.
Consider and to respond to, anyway.
Right, the response can be no.
Doesn't mean you have to do it.
No.
I don't know what it means, sorry.
Yeah, I think it's not a clear question, so, you know.
How many support the last bullet, something else? All right.
Well, there's your guidance.
Do you have enough feedback from the board to pursue?
Yeah, this was good. I know it's a big topic, and you know we try to draw a circle around it, but the discussion helps us set up for the next part.
I would like to raise a question for discussion, and it actually is among these, to support planned growth of the, whose responsibility is it to plan the main infrastructure that OWASA is going to have to maintain? Whose responsibility is it to plan that? Because that's the question I have about to support the planned growth.
Can we have that as a bullet?
I guess.
Whose responsibility is it to plan the orderly development of our service area?
Isn't that elected officials?
Not the service area, the system.
The system.
This is.
Systems.
Area, right.
Okay, thank you.
I think
It's late at night, my words aren't coming out.
Okay.
Could I beseech you to separate these topics? This is gonna go on until
Yeah,
midnight.
you're right.
Like, we've gotta
Thank you.
separate these topics.
Yeah,
These-
we'd be glad
These
to.
have no business being anywhere in the same room with each other. Moving forward, please, for the love of God.
All right, I'm gonna retract.
Yeah, I think the policy options become a little clearer once we have OWASA involvement in the master planning, which I understand is maybe an intention moving forward, but has not been done to date.
10-4. All right. End of discussion.
Thank you.
I want to say something to everybody. If we sound sometimes strong, it's not personal to no one.
That's right.
I want to highlight your professionality in your presentation. It has nothing to do with you. It's just you, we understand you want clarification as where to work on. So please don't feel like we're trying to attack you.
Thank
Because
you.
we don't.
Yeah, I didn't take it
Thank
that
you.
way. Appreciate the discussion.
No rotten.
The second to last presentation is an update on potential stream bank restoration projects. Yes.
Mr. Chair, a wise board back in 1995 developed a policy that says that the board must have a vote to go past 10 p.m. in the afternoon. So I would advise you to maybe
Thank you.
enact that policy, and there will be automatic adjournment at 10:30, even if you decide to keep it.
I appreciate that.
I would like to make the motion that we, in the meeting, that we postpone the remaining items to the next meeting.
I
Do we have a
second that.
second?
Yeah.
Been a motion made and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Thank you. I lost track of time.
Important contribution.
At least I did something.
We got.
Thank you.
You were gonna sign off. Closed session. Okay, just because it's
I'm not gonna do it with a paper.
But
No, really.
that's fine.
the mansplaining that we got tonight.